I'd like to make, or was asked to make, just kind of a couple of comments on sort of this year's program overall, focused probably more on how it's actually developed and what are some of the component pieces of it, so that you get some sort of insight into the IGF, because it is a rather unique forum, which I'll comment in a moment. And then I think Anya has a few specific comments on some of the additional activities in the IGF ecosystem that she'll talk to. And we're meant to be joined by Chengetai Masengo, who is actually the head of the IGF Secretariat. And, open for questions. This is all about really facilitating your participation and ensuring you understand kind of the DNA, if you will, of the Internet Governance Forum. It really is rather unique in terms of forums, particularly forums that are convened within United Nations protocols and rules. So with that, again, as I said, I'm the chair of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. Both the chair and the members of the advisory group are appointed by the UN Secretary General. The advisory group is made up of between 50 and 55 members. About 40% of them come from governments, and they are chosen through the regional process that's active within the United Nations. The other 60% are split equally, so roughly 20% for each one of the other three stakeholder communities: civil society, private sector, and a community that you don't see all that often, but has been in the IGF community since the earliest days, and that's something called the technical community. The technical community is comprised of those organizations that have specific operation or management roles over key pieces of the core Internet infrastructure, or are very active in policy setting globally. So the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, or ICANN, of course, with their responsibility over the root system, the Internet Society with all of their activities in policy and developing country and access activities, and then the 5 regional Internet registries who are responsible for IP address allocation and IEEE as well. And I think there may be 1 or 2 others that fall under that category, but those are the 4 kind of categories that make up the advisory group. The last 3 that I just mentioned, and again I say this because we really want newcomers to participate fully, not only in the meeting here, but also in all the activities of the IGF. The appointment processes for those 3 other bodies, again, civil society, private sector, and the technical community, are determined by processes run by those communities. So they all have their own processes for soliciting expressions of interest, for making nominations to the Secretary General's office, where the final appointment is made. I think one of the complexities is trying to ensure that we have the right level of diversity. So that's not only region, it's sub-region, it's country, it's gender, as well as the stakeholder group. So it's quite an exercise. But that is the group that is responsible for the overall program for the IGF. The IGF is a community-led, bottom-up process. So in that vein, we actually, this year, slightly different from past years, we kind of continue to evolve the process as we move forward. The MAG, Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, had a call for issues, short call for issues. I think it was a 200-word limit, where we best asked the community to say, tell us what are the issues you actually would like to see the IGF addressing this year. We had, I want to say 300 responses, but honestly that could be quite right. It could also be quite wrong in terms of my memory of the statistics. That process ran back in March and April timeframe. Once we had those responses in, they were categorized according to tags and themes, and then that led to a more detailed call for workshop proposals for this IGF. There were roughly, again, I wish I remembered these numbers. Here comes Anya. She can actually help me, but I think, so I'll leave the numbers of the workshop proposals for a moment, but 400? Yeah, I thought it was close to 6. So Mary Aduma, who's on the MAG from Nigeria, just said there were over 400 proposals, but we're looking for Anya to confirm the number of workshop proposals. In any case, it's a relatively high number of proposals for a relatively small number of slots, as you can imagine, at any IGF. This IGF is a little abbreviated. Normally, we've had a full 4-day IGF with what's called the Day Zero, which is a pre-IGF day where a number of community groups meet amongst themselves to help advance their own sort of issues and topics. And then we roll into a 4-day IGF. There's a rather interesting set of events happening this week here in Paris Digital Week, and this year the IGF is 3 days. So we had roughly a little over 90 workshop sessions that came through that multi-stakeholder advisory group proposal, and about another 70 or so that are comprised of other IGF ecosystem activities, such as open forums, which facilitate participation from intergovernmental organizations. We also have a number of sessions from a couple of other IGF ecosystem activities, such as dynamic coalitions, which are bottom-up, community-led groups of individuals who are interested in a particular topic, who work largely virtually, but meet here at the IGF and also have presentations here at the IGF on anything from Internet of Things to accessibility, economic and trade issues. There are 17 of them this year. We also had 4 best practice forums. Again, we solicit input from the community and from the MAG members on what are the best practice forums they think would be of most interest, and then the MAG actually selects those, again, on the basis of expressions of community interest. We had 4 this year, one on local content, one on gender and access, one on cybersecurity, and one on artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and data. And then finally, we've had a major intersessional policy initiative. This is its 4th year. It's called Connecting and Enabling the Next Billions. All of these activities are open to the community. It literally is just sign up for the mailing list and the sessions and participate. If you want to sit on the lists and kind of get familiar with the topics and things, that's great as well. Again, we do everything we can to be as inclusive as possible. So the meetings are open. There are meeting summaries. The MAG meetings themselves are both transcribed and streamed, and all of that is up on the website, and of course there are meeting summaries as well. We have another very, very important part of our activities, which are called national and regional IGF initiatives, that I will let Anya talk to in a moment, as she is actually the focal point for those initiatives within the Secretariat. They were actually started, in fact, the first NRI preceded the very first IGF. And they've grown kind of tremendously since that period of time, nearly doubling in the last 3 years. And right now we're at a little over 110 recognized national regional IGF initiatives. So I'm going to just tell Anya a little bit what we've done, and then ask her, I think, to talk about the NRIs, because again, they're a very important piece of this activity and a way for all of us to actually keep advancing the issues that are both important to us individually and important, of course, to the countries and regions we live in as well. And I think probably, so I just did a general kind of IGF, MAG, how we're all appointed, how many we are. No, I haven't mentioned. So I'll let you talk about, Anya can talk about the IGF villages as well. The one thing I should say is that so the Secretariat is actually funded from something called the IGF Trust Fund. It's voluntary donations because the IGF is an extra budgetary project. These meetings are actually hosted and funded by a government. So the French government is our host here this year for this IGF. They pay for the facilities, the translation or interpretation, et cetera. And we're, of course, very grateful to them and all the other host countries that have supported the IGF in the past. I think those are the key points. If you could talk about the IGF Village, and then the NRIs, and then maybe we can come back specifically to the program and the title. And yes.
Well, good morning to everyone, and I really would like to apologize for being a bit late. The Secretariat is a very small team, so we're multitasking on so many platforms, and I would like to thank Lynn as the chair for starting this session. So thank you very much for coming this early, and we're very happy to have you all here. I will very quickly say a few words about who are the national, regional, and youth IGFs, or as we call them, the NRIs in short, and what do they do, whether they're present at this IGF, and how can you meet them if you're interested. And after that, I will just quickly refer about a very important segment of this meeting, which I think gives this vibrant tone to the IGF, which is the IGF Village that I think you could see on the floor. That's just above us. So the national, regional, and youth IGFs actually were not mandated by the Tunis agenda that you know gives the mandate to the IGF. However, they exist in the world, and currently there are 111 countries and regions that are organizing their national processes, regional IGF processes, and youth IGF processes. A couple of years ago, we kind of spontaneously started meeting at these IGF meetings primarily, but also on some of the regional IGFs, some other meetings where the IGF is present, like ICANN, for instance. And we realized that we are all pursuing the same objectives and the same goal, and maybe given the fact how challenging it is to come up with a very comprehensive agenda on the Internet public policy, it's just common sense that we should work together. So we started working together as a network that was just 3 years ago relatively small. Around 40 countries and regions were present. And in 3 years, we really faced this rapid growth that today, as I said, we're having pleasure to work with more than 111 countries and regions and discuss what are the issues pertaining to the Internet governance for their respective communities, and how can we help each other, learn from each other, and improve each other's. The NRIs and the IGF Secretariat have this collaborative relationship. We do respect very much their independency. They're autonomous, as I said, organic in their creation. They adhere to the same principles as the IGF, which means they are multi-stakeholder, they're bottom-up, their processes are open, inclusive, transparent, and of course, non-commercial. As a network, we try to facilitate bi-monthly virtual meetings throughout the year, set up joint agenda, joint objectives that we try to achieve by the upcoming annual IGF meeting and present those outcomes at that annual meeting. So this year is no exception there. We're very fortunate as the NRI's network, and I as a focal point from the Secretariat that supports the work of the network, that the MAG agreed to give the main session to the NRIs to organize on a very important topic. It's called the Evolution of Internet Governance, with a specific focus on the multi-stakeholder approach. That session will happen tomorrow in room 1. And let me just check. Yes, it's from 11:30 until 12:50. The session will feature, I believe, more than 40 NRIs that will be present on site. It will be co-moderated by Ambassador Benedicto Fonseca, that I think does not need an introduction for this community, and I will be in a supporting role to Ambassador Fonseca. So hopefully in 80 minutes we will see what are the challenges globally when it comes about the implementation of the multi-stakeholder principle to the IGF processes. That session will be followed by a very important work meeting that I hope majority of you will join. It's an open work meeting between all the NRIs that are present at the IGF. Many of them will be present online, between the chair of the MAG, interested members of the MAG, between the IGF Secretariat, and between the colleagues from the UNDESA, which is the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, that's kind of the institutional home of the IGF. The purpose of that meeting, which will be an hour and a half long, will be to see how can we actually help each other, how can we help the IGF through the national and regional processes, but then how can we as a global community support these valuable processes that exist on a level of a country and region. If you would like to learn more about the NRIs, maybe meet with me, meet with some of the NRIs, you can do so. We do have a joint booth at the IGF Village, and please stop by and we can chat and show you what was done in previous years. The network really did some excellent work and produced some very concrete outputs from their work. And finally, about the IGF Village, what I said that I will say a few words. So the IGF Village, as you know, is located on the first floor, so basically at the ground floor when you enter from any of the two entrances we're using. It consists of 56 individual booths. That means that 56 organizations from all over the world decided to present their work at the IGF. They are all non-commercial, and they're presenting their missions and their objectives and how they fit in within this IGF global ecosystem. So please, if you could tour the village, I think it would be also very valuable for you to engage with these individual organizations and ask directly the focal points present there. How can you maybe establish certain partnerships? How can you work together? Just learn about their work and so on. So that would be very short about the NRIs and IGF Village. I will ask Lynn maybe to take the floor again and just see whether we want maybe to open the floor.
I will open the floor in just a moment for questions, but Anya reminded me, and I probably assumed this was sort of known, but the mandate for the IGF comes from the World Summit Information Society process. In fact, it was a two-phase, full-fledged United Nations Summit, 2003 in Geneva and 2005 in Tunisia. And the Tunis agenda lays out the framework for the Internet Governance Forum. And that's actually what drives kind of the principles, the processes about exclusivity. As I said earlier, some of the unique things about the IGF is that all stakeholders, all participants participate from with an equal voice and an equal place in the process here. If you go to a number of other United Nations or governmental meetings, quite often there's a segment or a time for governments to speak and then the other stakeholders, or it's a consultation as opposed to an equal dialogue. The IGF really strives to make this an equal dialogue across all stakeholders. So, you know, there are some protocols we need to observe from time to time, and certainly we'll see that this afternoon, where we're very fortunate to have, for the first time ever, United Nations Secretary General Guterres will be here and address us. And also for the first time ever, no, that's not exactly true. I was saying President Macron is here as well, but of course last year we had the President of Switzerland as well. But so we're very fortunate to have those two individuals. Yes, Renata? Oh, that's true. That's right. And in Rio as well. We had President Dilma Rousseff. So I think if you have more questions on kind of the IGF mandate, there's a lot of information on the IGF website. There's everything from a code of conduct as you participate in the IGF. There's the terms of reference for the multi-stakeholder advisory group. And again, we're really encouraging everybody to get involved. We're always looking for new participants. You typically serve 3 one-year terms, which means a third of the MAG turns over every year. So for most of the groups, that's roughly 7 or 8 positions open up every year, and for the governments, it's almost double that. Again, that's just straightforward from the percentage of participants. So let me see, we have some MAG members in the room as well. I'd like to open it up first, see if there are any questions from the newcomers or other people here in the room. And then if not, see if the MAG members that are here have anything they'd like to add. And I think the best way to do that is to raise your hand, and then if you could just say a little bit about just who you are, country you come from, stakeholder group, just for background. Renata?
Yeah, just one quick addition. I am Renata Aquino Ribeiro, everyone. Hi, I'm from Brazil, I'm a MAG member. And Mary Uduma is with me, helping also assist all newcomers if you have any questions or anywhere you want to to go and know about the IGF, find us. June Paris as well is a MEG member. And there will be others of us over there. And there are the knowledge cafes, which are spaces that are really for you to come and decompress and ask questions and meet other MEG members, ask about the activities, present your projects. So keep a look at the Knowledge Cafes sessions. They are at lunchtime mostly. They do not compete with any other activity. So you can come, bring your sandwich, just compress, and yeah.
Those are excellent points, Renata, and thank you for introducing yourself, June and Mary. Any comments, questions? Mary?
Good morning, everyone. As Renata has said, I'm Mary. And when I was a first-timer, first comer in IGF, I got lost because there were so many workshops, so many open forums, so many of them. So you would find out that there are some that you want to attend, they conflict. But I'll advise that you draw your own timetable and make sure you follow it, or else you get more confused. So make sure you know the room where the meeting is going to hold and the track you are interested in. Don't go to every track because you cannot meet up. Just take a track or a session or in your interest, your particular interest. Okay, if you're interested in new technologies, follow them. If you're interested in human rights, gender, or evolution of internet governance, or media, or digital inclusion. So anyone that you're interested in, check through the schedule and follow it, because if you don't focus, you get lost. Thank you.
No, that's a very good point, Mary. There are 8 tracks this year, and the tracks and both the sessions within those tracks represent the kind of expressions of interest and percentage of interest across the community. So again, that's why engagement is so important, both in things like the call for issues, in your local activities, in the workshop submission process, because we really depend on the community to both identify and then, of course, support the particular topics that are of interest. We've also, with virtually all the sessions, all the workshop organizers were instructed to make them as interactive as possible. And the guideline was that 50% of any session should be for engagement and dialogue between the community and panelists or organizers, trying to kind of break down that barrier. So, I mean, again, we really do want to hear from everybody and are looking for engagement. There's also, we introduced some additional kind of reporting within the framework of the workshop here today to help facilitate kind of key messages coming out on a daily basis. But we've also asked for each one of the session organizers to ask specifically kind of what impact do you think the IGF can have on this particular issue over the coming year. And we're looking for really concrete, specific ideas. That question should, in various variations, come up during the sessions themselves. But we've also put a survey up on the homepage with a link so that you can specifically, because in any session, if it's an hour-long session, even if you have 30 minutes for engagement in the larger sessions, you're not going to hear from everybody, not even from nearly everybody. But we really do want the opportunity for everybody to get their voices in. So we're asking people to submit through that survey. Again, any concrete suggestions, any ideas you have on what the IGF or the IGF ecosystem could do to concretely advance those topics over the coming year. Renata?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick addition. This is a really interactive and community-driven IGF. So in addition to what the Chair has just said, we are receiving inputs for a multiple number of ways on the outcomes and in the survey. The main sessions have new formats. So they want to be up there, Do you want to be a speaker? You haven't got a speaker slot yet? Come to the main sessions, and I would especially recommend you coming to the human rights main session, because we're going to leave a chair up there for you to come and speak. So these are innovations that all sessions are working on, Ideas Lab. So please make sure your voice is heard.
Another excellent point. Thank you, Renata. Are there any questions? Any question is fine. Modalities of participation, Tunis agenda, code of conduct. I mean, we really are here to facilitate participation and get as faster ramp up as we can in terms of your participation. I can ask Anya if she has anything else she'd like to add.
Well, nothing really specific. I hope now you know our faces, so I hope we're going to have opportunity to speak one-on-one with many of you if we meet at the venue. We're hoping really to have a huge participation in this meeting. In terms of the registered participants, we had the highest number ever. So we will see what these next 3 days will bring to us. So that's as much as I would like to add, and I think we can even conclude this session as we're on the
Anya,
top of the hour. Yes, Mary.
Can you tell us about interpretations, whether the sessions that will be interpreted, because some of us may not know.
So, of course, the IGF is convened by the UN Secretary General, and all the main sessions, there are 8 main sessions, coincident with the 8 themes that we have, and then, of course, there are also the opening ceremony and closing ceremonies. All of them have simultaneous interpretation in the 6 UN languages. But it is only those sessions that do. So again, the main sessions, opening and closing ceremonies, have interpretation in the 6 UN languages. I was going to mention that we also have a very robust online participation as well and platform. Again, we strive to be as inclusive as possible, and you needn't have both the time or the means to travel to some city to participate. So we have a very robust platform with all of our sessions, again, are streamed. They are all transcribed. There's facilities for remote participants, or online participants, as I prefer, online participants to actually come in and participate in the sessions and get their questions or comments fed into the session as well. So we're continually working to improve that. But if there are people back home that you think would be particularly interested in some of these sessions, then again, the information is available. And I think the sessions, once they're streamed and transcribed, are put on the web the same day, by and large, sometimes within hours of the session happening. Well, if there are no more comments, and as somebody said, we had the luxury of returning 10 minutes, 6 minutes or something of time back to you. And we thank you very much, and very interested in your perceptions and reflections and comments, given the first, if this is your first IGF. So please take advantage of the stock taking and all the opportunities we have to actually hear from you. Thank you.
we can go? Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Please take a seat. Thank you for coming and welcome all of you and congratulations. You all won this Darwinian race of finding room 11, the first meeting of the day from our perspective. My name is Frederick Donk. I'm with the Internet Society and I'm heading the European Regional Bureau. You know, we have a tradition, and that is to call and invite our communities, plural, or members, or chapters, or members, and actually whoever is interested to discuss what we feel are critical issues when we start the IGF. So that is our tradition. You will see, and you have seen from the invitations, that we have some interesting subject that we would like to discuss with you. And you will see how seriously we take a collaborative process, because you will be asked and called to really contribute. But we will have also a panel that will help us in this conversation, and I will introduce it to you all in a few minutes. Before I do that, I would like to seize these occasions to also introduce to you our CEO and President, Mr. Andrew Sullivan, who will spend a bit of time to just walk you through how he believes and how are his intentions to drive the Internet Society in the next coming months and years. So Andrew, if you could take the floor and join us, thank you very much.
Go here, perhaps. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the kind introduction. I started as the CEO of the Internet Society in September, and what I have learned is that the Internet has been created so that I can be on airplanes. So people started asking me, where are you based? And I've come to tell them in airports. This is not, of course, a permanent fact, though, because the interesting thing about the Internet Society is how many places and how many people we are. We're made up as a society of participants, of members, of chapters, of organizational members all around the world. And this frames the basic way that we think about how the Internet works. We like to say the Internet is for everyone. And so the question that we have is, how do we put that into action this year? We put out an action plan just the other day, and it is now on our website, so I won't bore you with a recitation of all of those things, since I presume you can all read. But instead, I wanted to highlight a couple of things that I think are really important, particularly in framing the beginning of this panel today. Because the Internet is for everyone, we have several key pieces that we're trying to ensure. One is to make sure that we connect everybody in the world. So connectivity is extremely uneven throughout the world. Despite the fact that there are a large number of places where connectivity is quite good, there are also many places where connectivity is extremely bad and unlikely to get better without concerted action by a large number of participants in the Internet Society and in the wider society. So we continue to work on that connectivity through our efforts on community networks and also through our efforts around IXPs. Those are key initiatives for us. But another thing that is super important for us is building the trust in the infrastructure itself, that people need to believe that the Internet works. And the reason they need to believe that is because that's how the Internet works. The Internet is a network of networks, and if people don't connect willingly and they don't collaborate with one another, we don't have the Internet at all. This is not some weird political stance that we have. It's a fundamental fact of the Internet. And that means people need to believe that the Internet infrastructure is trustworthy, that when you hook up to it, it's not dangerous. So that's why we continue to work on the issues around security of the Internet of Things, particularly with respect to consumer devices, because we don't want people to believe that the devices they're bringing into their homes are going to destroy them. And we want people to believe that the fundamental infrastructure of the Internet, the routing infrastructure, is not hostile to them, a problem that has festered in the Internet infrastructure for many, many years. And we continue to work on that. You should see our Manners project produce its observatory pretty soon. The observatory is a way for operators of networks to look at the outcomes in the Internet routing infrastructure and to decide whether that routing infrastructure is doing what it said it would. So this is a tremendous opportunity to restore that fundamental functioning of the way the internet works. You operate your network, I operate my network, and we implement the common protocols, and then we work together to do that. That's also how the governance of the internet has to work. It has to work that way, because if it doesn't, you don't get the internet. The internet just is a kind of collaboration. And that's the reason that the IGF is important, because this is a forum where we can come together and try to work on that interoperation, that collaborative, emergent technology that benefits us all so much. You know, when the Internet Society was founded, there was no question. If somebody said, do you want to hook up to the internet? People would automatically say, oh yes, more internet, always good. More connectivity, always good. And in the last couple of years, I've started to notice that people are not too sure. They're starting to become afraid of the internet. They're forgetting the big value that we get from the internet, because it's become ubiquitous and all we see are the problems. We need to work together. The Internet Society, the entire internet community, we need to work together to make sure that we deliver the benefits of the internet to the entire world. If we don't do that, we're going to lose a tool that is best for the development of all humanity. We have rarely seen a technology that enables so much good for so many people. So let us work together this week to make sure that we deliver that kind of benefit to all humanity, securely, in a trustworthy way, that we can connect everybody. The internet is for everyone, and the Internet Society wants to make that true. With that, I'm going to turn it back to Frédéric. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for your words. And for those who are interested to know more about this, our 2019 plan is available on our website. So please don't hesitate to check on it and ask questions to everybody here in this room, from the Internet Society staff, starting with Andrew, of course. So let's get to the main session of today. As I said, we used to organize a session when we start the IGF with some critical issues. So this one has been carefully cooked by Raquel. Thanks a lot. You've seen on the invitation that the IGF, how did you say that? That the world is better with the IGF than without. It says it all. We hear that through our communities that some people might have some fatigue about the IGF. Some people say it should be taken care of or improved or whatever vocabulary. We wanted to know more about that and to ask you, what are your thoughts? In order to help us, I have the chance to have a wonderful panel around us of people who know a lot about the IGF, because they were there since the beginning, starting with you, Thomas. Thomas Schneider. I always hesitate how to introduce you. When I see your CV, you were pretty well everywhere when it's about IGF. So Thomas, you are ambassador, the director for an international relationship for the Swiss government. You were the host last year. You are representative to the UN, the IGF, the ITU, UNESCO, well, all the UN. You're also a founder of the Eurodec, and you were the past chairman of the ICANN-GAC. Thank you for being here with us. Do we have David Martineau in the room? I start checking around. Thank you very much, David. Thank you for being there. You are the host of this year, and you are ambassador for cyber diplomacy and the digital economy. Thanks for being with us today. Last but not least, we have Gunther Grathwohl. Thank you, Gunther. He will be the host next year, so we have a real troika here, as we see in the European Union vocabulary, the three governments who are responsible with hosting the IGF. Gunther, you are from the German Ministry for Economic Affairs. Thank you for being here. So that is my panel, and I'd like to also to acknowledge Lynn Saint-Amour. Of course, everybody knows Lynn after more than 13 years driving ISOC. You are now the chair of the MAC, and in this position I would burn to ask you also your feelings about the IGF assistance now. So you will see, we will have a rapid tour de table with our experts, and then we will turn to you. We will break this room in two parts and ask you to work a little bit and tell us what it is that you think. I forgot Raoul, of course. This is so obvious here in front of me. Another expert, of course, Raul Echeverria, who is the Vice President Global Engagement in the Internet Society. Sorry for this, Raul. You, of course, will be called to give your thought as well, as who were also part in so many endeavors since the beginning with the IGF. Sorry for this. Thomas, why don't you start with some of your thoughts? If I would ask you, what are your thoughts about the current IGF? Is there any fatigue? What do you think? Should there be any improvement? What would you say? Sorry? No, you can stay there. You can stay there.
Thank you, Frederick. And first of all, good morning to everyone. And then also, of course, thanks to David and his team for organizing the IGF here in Paris, having done the same in Geneva last year. I know that this is not an easy task, in particular if you have not planned this years ahead. A big thanks to the French government, as well as to UNESCO, and of course our hardworking friends at the IGF Secretariat. We also know what it means for them to organize an IGF, so we're happy that they're still alive and here, and thank them a lot for their great work that they're doing. With regard to your question, I think we need to understand, first of all, where the IGF comes from. The IGF was, for those who were there, the IGF was the result of a compromise at the World Summit on the Information Society 2003-2005, together with this famous process towards enhanced cooperation, which I won't go into detail about, because otherwise that would take the whole session. The IGF was a compromise that at least, or the least common denominator, there should be a space to talk about internet governance issues. We might call it digital issues today. And then it was established. It was an experiment. It was something new for the UN at that time, to have a multi-stakeholder dialogue forum with everybody, not just on equal level, all stakeholders, not just on equal level on participation, but also, and I think this is fundamental, in the shaping, in the setup, in the organization of the meeting and of the sessions, of the content of the dialogue. And our hope at that time was that the IGF would serve as a way to make people understand what the issues are, what we are talking about, what our so-called respective roles are in a particular aspect of digital or internet governance, and that it would serve as a catalyst for cooperation of different stakeholders with different experience, different mandates, different resources, in a solution-oriented, opportunity-seizing-oriented way. And now we are like 12, 13 years after that decision. Some of us have been going through all the IGFs, participated in all of them. We have about 80 national and regional IGF structures that have taken up in different variations the model of the IGF. And I think that basically the IGF has and is still fulfilling the purpose of being a forum where people get together, they learn from each other, they understand the issues better, they may hopefully understand their own roles better, and they engage in cooperation. But as you referred to, there is among certain of us, or many of us, some kind of fatigue in the sense that, okay, we've had this now, this has been established, but that's not enough. This is something that you hear from many people. If you then ask them, like, okay, in which direction should we go? This is where the problem then, of course, starts. I think most of us do not want to create a new top-down structure in the UN that will deal with all aspects of digital governance or internet governance. But nevertheless, there is a sense that something is missing. And if we look at the way that the digital world has developed since the IGF was created, we have now lots of different new applications and tools that we didn't even know they existed in 2005, or if we knew they existed, they didn't really take as much space in our daily lives like they do now, just talking about social media, but also other aspects, of course. So there has been an enormous development in terms of what is possible technically, what applications we use. Also, connection has made enormous progress, connectivity. We are not there yet with connecting the whole world. And on the governance level, on the political level, on the cooperation level, not that much progress has achieved. So we are, I would dare to say, we are lagging a little behind in terms of how to deal with the issues. But the question is, what does that mean? What does have as an effect on the IGF? What we, as the organizer last year, together with some others, tried to do is basically keep the IGF in its existing role as a space for dialogue and not for negotiation, as a space for bringing people together, enhancing understanding, building capacities, inciting cooperation, but improving its interactivity, trying to improve its political visibility with high-level representatives of all stakeholders, which is a challenge because everybody says that, or many people say that the IGF should not start negotiating outcomes. In particular, this comes from the private sector and some Western countries, but at the same time, it's the same stakeholder to say, well, I can't come to the IGF because my boss doesn't allow me because it's not creating outcomes. So there's a little bit of a chicken and egg problem in terms of what the IGF should do, and then why people say it's maybe not what it should be, which I think we need to be transparent and honest about, and also explain if we still think that the IGF should remain a forum for dialogue and not start negotiating outcomes, then we should explain why we think this is important, and we should explain to the political leaders why we think that they should nevertheless, or in particular because it is not a negotiating forum, participate in this. So what we tried to do last year is to make the outcome a little more tangible by introducing these so-called Geneva messages. That is not something that we invented. We've done this in EuroDIG since the beginning. It tries to capture the discussion in a more readable, easier to access format, in format of short bullets that hopefully people use when they go home into their silos and institutions, that they can refer to by saying this is the latest stage of the discussion as it was held at the IGF. We also tried to improve the interactivity. We think that the inclusiveness is unique at the IGF if you compare it to other conferences. We keep fighting for having as little minutes devoted to panelists and to speakers on the floor, but to give the maximum amount of speaking time to the audience, because I think the more we use the crowd intelligence that is gathering at the IGF, the more insights that we get. But we think that we should not necessarily fundamentally change the IGF. We can prove it in elements on its operational sides, with the MAG, with the way things are prepared. Of course, we should improve the resource situation. We should try to make it more plannable, approve the MAG earlier so that they can start work at the beginning of the year. We hear there's some positive signals that this is actually working this year. What we would need is a more political figure on top, or as a visible face of the IGF, like we had it with Nitin Desai as the special advisor for the UN Secretary General and his office on internet governance issues. This is also not something new. The question is who designates and who decides who that political figure would be. Maybe we just let the IGF community put forward some names and vote on it instead of having some small club deciding about this, because this is one of the problems why it didn't happen. So there are a number of things that can and should be done to improve the IGF, but we think that basically the IGF is not wrong. It still serves its purpose, and it should, in our view, continue to serve its purpose. Where we're missing out is in terms of cooperation, in terms of follow-up action on the discussions at the IGF. We think that this is the key element to drive the digital world in a way that everybody on the world is benefiting from what is available in terms of new applications and technologies. So we have great hopes in the UN Secretary General's panel on digital cooperation that this may help us not just strengthening the IGF and use the IGF as the basis, as the first step for people to get together, but then go home from the IGF and cooperate in a more structured way, in a way that follows some principles of inclusivity, of transparency, accountability, openness, with some diversity, subsidiarity, and that after the IGF, the gaps are filled between having just a talk shop and having new UN institutions or existing UN institutions with new mandate, I think there's a lot of room for improving digital cooperation. So let me finish by saying, don't blame the IGF, improve digital cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. From what I hear then, don't touch the DNA of the IGF, but you see that the issue might be political and so should be the solution? Yeah, okay. David Martineau, thank you for being the host today. What's your take about the IGF situation?
Well, thank you for giving me the floor. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Paris. We're happy to have you here. We already, as you've mentioned, you've seen, we managed to have a rainy day so that you don't have any regret, and for being focused on the IGF panels. And we'll see if we consider that everybody's worked enough in the coming days. If we can have a sunny day, we'll see about that. I think we're very much in line with what Thomas said. Sorry, I was out of the room, but I know what he was saying, because we've been first because we've been knowing each other for years now, and second because we thought that it would be very useful to work as a troika, sort of a troika, with the outgoing host country and with the incoming host country, which is Germany, and so we've talked among ourselves about what should be done with the IGF. Again, very much in line with what Thomas said. The fact that President Macron offered that France host the IGF, and that was back in, you told me about the problem in February, and I came back to Paris and I made the proposal, which was eventually accepted in April. So the reason why he offered that France host the 2018 IGF was that, as you know, France is very attached to the UN system. We believe it is incredibly useful, and because it's unique, and we believe it has a role to play, including on all topics of internet governance. Having said that, we believe that now the IGF should, maybe in a way, come back to its DNA and to its very mandate that was given in 2005 in Tunis, and maybe try to do more in the coming years. So we sort of decided to take stock of what our Swiss friends did last year with the Geneva messages, and so there will be Paris messages this year. I wouldn't be surprised if there were Berlin messages next year, but that will be out of my control. And we believe that it's not enough anymore to have the kind of discussions that we've been having for years at the IGF. We believe the community expects to be consulted. We believe the community expects to be in a position to give its advice or its position. The problem is, and we need, by the way, we need the community to express itself and define what could be a global position or ideas on such and such topic. Why? Because we see new challenges every day. In the digital world, there is a new topic every year, every day. Hopefully some of them, fortunately, some of them actually vanish. Otherwise, we would be more than occupied. And as a government representative, I can tell you that we need to have the kind of feedback that can help us to define what a smart political resolution should be. So this is where we are, and we believe that if we want to be in a good position to rely on these possible recommendations, we need the process that would lead to these recommendations to be unquestionable. And for that, we need it to be transparent, we need it to be open, we need it to be understandable, we need it to be universal and efficient. So this is the sort of very easy mission that we have ahead of us, we believe. And we believe that it is up to the community to think, to conceive the sort of grammar of the multi-stakeholder approach that we're trying to follow. It's not an easy task, but unless we manage to make the sort of progress we need on how to define what is legitimate voice, what are fair consultations, how do we organize the work of the community to be able to write this sort of recommendation, if we manage to do that, then we would have made a fantastic progress. Very much in line with Thomas again on the fact that we believe the IGF needs to have a more prominent political role. We need Lean to be better helped, to have more resources, to have more possibilities to travel, to meet with political and economic and social leaders around the world. And we need her to be the voice. Well, her, not intuitu personae, but as the MAG chair, to do that kind of mission, which is absolutely crucial for us. I may pause here, but first I want to say that the very fact that the website of the UN IGF is under attack today shows that it's a strategic place. And I wouldn't be surprised if UN Secretary General Guterres and President Macron were to address these very topics this afternoon. So again, welcome everybody in Paris, and I wish you the more fruitful discussions here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you for those very nice words. You should expect maybe some question from this community about what you mean by consultation in a multi-stakeholder process, but that might come later. Gunther, the last part of the Troika then, tell us, what is your take?
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I would like to thank, in particular, David Martignon and his team for preparing here this global conference in a very short time. It must have been a lot of work. We know how much work it is because we are preparing the next IGF 2019, but we had much more time, more than 18 months. But we see already that it's really a challenge to organize it. But we are doing it with a lot of passion because we believe really in the basic approach of this forum here, the multi-stakeholder approach. It is really important that the internet remains an open, secure, reliable, interoperable, and truly global infrastructure, which is more and more a challenge in these times. And I think that this forum here is the right place to keep the internet as it was, a room for innovation, for growth, for employment, for new ideas, for creativity, and so on. And that's the reason why the Ministry for Economic Affairs in Berlin has decided last year to organize in 2019 the next Internet Governance Forum. So this forum has a future. It will continue. And on the basic philosophy, I do not have much to add than the previous speaker said already. We see us completely here in a continuous line with the colleagues from Switzerland, with Thomas Schneider and with David Martignon, with France. It's a way from Geneva via Paris to Berlin, in the meaning that we think we should strengthen the IGF a little bit. It's not so easy to strengthen it, but we all want to put effort here on that challenge. And what is really important, we should make it more relevant. How to make it more relevant? Yeah, Thomas said already, we need perhaps more tangible outcomes. We need perhaps more political visibility. and we should improve interaction, that's true. And how could we tackle this challenge? First of all, we need a relevant agenda, and I think a relevant agenda is the product of a discussion among multi-stakeholders. So this is the right way to put the important and relevant topics on the table. And in this regard, the IGF is perfect. There's no room for more improvement. Here we are really brilliant. But what can be improved is the outreach, the process for having really impact of the discussion that take place here. We have to raise awareness of all the issues, topics, discussions that are taking place here in this forum among the general public. And we shouldn't forget that this is also a part of the mandate which was agreed on in Tunis in 2005. So we should work on this more, perhaps, than before. And what is needed to achieve this, I think, first of all, we should really get all key stakeholders from all regions of the world on board. This is one point, and the German government has decided to make some money available for the United Nations in order to cover travel expenses from the global, from participants that come from the global south, and they should come to Berlin. So this is one point, to make it really global, a global event, a global discussion should take place. First point. Second point is we want to integrate more the business community and high-level representatives of governments. And how can we achieve this? I think we hope that we can achieve this if we have a high-level segment, like it is here also in Paris. Premier Macron will open the session in the afternoon. This is really a very good sign. And next year our Chancellor will open, well, I hope so, will open the IGF in Berlin. And the same was true in Switzerland last year. So when we achieve to attach more high-level people coming to the forum, then that will bring also other high-level people to the forum and perhaps also business. And we have one day, the day before the IGF starts, the so-called day zero before the IGF, and there we want to make something perhaps more official, where something can be adopted or agreed on, kind of recommendation or kind of declaration among ministers. We are still in a process of thinking about that, but perhaps it's a possibility to combine such a discussion platform like the IGF, multi-stakeholder approach, and something that is more official. We are still in the process of thinking how to do this, but these are our, at least these are our ideas. Yeah, we try to contact directly, to go to business people, to business representatives, to integrate them, and we are coming, or we are working in the Ministry for Economic Affairs, so we have the contacts, and we hope that we can broaden here the community and make it more relevant, as said before. And then we want to, last point is that we want particular put a focus on the cooperation also with parliaments. And here today in Paris, we have a parliament delegation that is attending here from Germany and also from the European Parliament. And this good practice we want to continue also in Berlin. So above all, we are really proud and we are delighted that the IGF next year will take place in Berlin in November from 25th to 29th of November. And We will not only host the IGF next year, but also a kind of preparatory or parallel meeting of Internet and Jurisdiction from 3rd to 5th of June, also in Berlin. And we hope that we can get some input for the discussion then later in November coming out of this conference. And we are cooperating very closely also with Mission Publique and with, of course, with the national IGF, German IGF, which is a really strong and very important partner for us. So I very much hope to see many of you also next year in the multi-stakeholder events in Germany. And only together we will maintain the stability and the innovative power and all those positive outcomes that, that are promised by such a well-established platform like the Internet Governance Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Raul Echeverria, you're also a pioneer in the IGF. You've been there since the very beginning. So what's your take?
Thank you very much, Frederick. Good morning, everybody. In fact, when I listened to Thomas speaking about the inception of the IGF in 2003, 2005, I was part of that negotiation. That was heavily involved in the negotiation. It looked like it was yesterday, but it was 13 years ago. But first of all, let me add my voice to add to our host this year, the Government of France, through our colleague David Martineau. And thank you very much for taking the time to be with us in a very busy day. I know that you are very busy preparing also not only the IGF, but also the participation of the President of France that will enlighten the importance of this forum. Thank you very much also to the government of Germany, because taking the lead on organizing the next IGF that we think will be crucial in this process of promoting changes and transformations of the IGF. And it's very good to see the governments, the previous host, the current host, and the future host working together, aligned on this issue. I published a blog about IGF. The title of the blog was "Let's Reform the IGF." I published that blog in March. And I have to say that it had a lot of repercussions at the time. In fact, it was surprising for many people. And the level of the conversation since March has changed a lot. And it is amazing to see how many people have added their voices to the idea to promote improvements of IGF. One of the sentences that I included in my blog is a sentence that my colleague Raquel had made famous, because in fact it's the title of this session. That is, the war is much better with the IGF than without the IGF. And so it says a lot about our position with regard to the IGF. So what we are proposing is not to disband the IGF to create something new. We are proposing to improve this forum, and the idea behind this is that the IGF is the most innovative governance experience that we have seen in our life, and so it's the investment we have made with IGF, how the community has learned to participate, to work together with a different logic than the traditional governance system, not building majorities, but trying to build consensus and being transparent, open, participating on equal footings. This is something really is a huge asset for the community. And it would be very bad if the stakeholders start to think that this is not the most relevant place for coming to discuss the most relevant issues. So this is why we have to improve the IGF, in order to continue making it attractive for all the stakeholders to come together to solve all the facing challenges. And as many people, all the panelists, and including our CEO, Andrew, have said before, is the internet is very different of the internet in 2005. And so we have the internet is an intrinsic component of every human activity today. This is why it is important, and it is important for the governments and for the community in general. So we need to deal with a lot of challenges that are coming up every day. And so the impact that the technology and internet particularly are producing in the life of the people is big. And this is why we care. And we need relevant forums to deal with those issues. And the improvements, I agree with everything that have been said before. And this is a very good news. And probably that's the most important outcome of this discussion is the level of agreements. There are many practical things that we can do in order to improve the IGF and the discussion in IGF, and some of them have been already mentioned. I would add that we cannot continue having the number of sessions, competing sessions that we have so far. We need to more focused IGF, based on issues, as we have been discussing with Thomas in many opportunities, as not based exclusively in the meeting itself, but on the discussion. We need to improve the intersessional activities. And so when we say intersessional activities, that we need to connect better with other forums in order to push for the outcomes from our discussions, so they are considered in the discussions that are held in other places. And we need to decide when that some more discussion is needed on a topic within this community, so we need to provide the avenues for continued discussions in between meetings. And so also Gunther mentioned the high-level discussion. And we have, and Thomas also talked about the outcomes. We already produce outcomes in many meetings, in many forums. And so I like very much the way that Thomas put this in the contradiction between the same people that complain about the lack of outcomes is the same people that sometimes object the improvements in order to produce outcomes. But we are already doing that in EuroDig, where you are very involved. EuroDig is very innovative in producing outcomes, the Asian Pacific Regional IGF too, and we produced outcomes also in NetMundial in 2014 in a very innovative way, producing outcomes without introducing formal negotiation mechanisms. This is a very innovative. So we can do that again. And so we can have the high-level discussions probably to analyze those outcomes. If we have few tracks, so we are focused in few tracks, not in 100 parallel sessions, and so we can produce some kind of outcomes. We can review those outcomes in the high-level discussion, probably at the end of the meeting instead of at the beginning. It's good to see that we are together on this. And so Internet Society has been strongly committed with IGF and is still strongly committed. And so we are bringing contents, bringing fellows. This year we have again a beautiful group of young leaders coming to the IGF and through our fellowship programs. So we want to continue working with all the community. We will do that. But we have to keep in mind that if the discussions divert to many places, so we will also have to distribute our resources to be present everywhere, to follow discussions in 10 forums instead of in just one. This is one of the reasons because we need to strengthen this place. We have learned how to work together here. This is the best place to do it. So let's reform the IGF, not to destroy it. Let's reform the IGF to improve it because the war is much better with the IGF than without it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raul. Thank you for this vibrant call that you already did. And indeed, I have heard no one challenging what you just said, that the world is a better place without IGF. So it might just be one of the main sentences that we might keep in mind. Lynn, you were kind enough to say that you were ready to say a few words. I would like to include you in a broader conversation because, you know, there is a principle in IGF is that the plans never go as planned. And I've been told that we have no time anymore to break this room because we are close to the end. So, Lynn, if you can say a few words, and then I would like some of you to react as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Frederick, and thank you to Internet Society and everybody for organizing this panel as well. I was approached last night at a reception, so fair warning. You know, the IGF has long been focused on improvements and evolution, as are so many of the internet processes we participate in, because it's changed so many fundamental practices in our day-to-day experiences. I'm not going to go through all of them here. There are a couple that I will point out just in a moment, because I really would like to be very brief in my comments and really engage the audience. We've instructed every one of the workshop organizers that they should plan on 50% of their session being left for participation from the people in the room, and of course we're well beyond that now. As I said, there have been many improvements. We have working groups on improvements. We have a working group working on multi-year strategic work program. We have another working group that has been focused on fundraising. That is a significant problem within the IGF today. We are an extra budgetary project of the United Nations. All of the funds support the Secretariat, some developing country participation activities, and some staff and consultants for some of the intersessional activities. These annual events are actually hosted by the host country, this year France, and we are very thankful to David Martineau and the French government for supporting us and hosting us this year. But so many of the improvements we're looking for really require more staff and more resources, to be quite direct about it. The Secretariat runs on a staff of 4, and one of those is an IT person. So if you can imagine what that takes to work cooperatively with over 110 national and regional IGF youth initiatives, with over 4 best practice forums, over 17 dynamic coalitions, and a major policy initiative, Connecting and Enabling the Next Billion, and of course try and support and drive the work of 55 very active MAG members across working groups, et cetera. It's a Herculean task. So that's one of the, I think, main roadblocks, frankly, to the IGF doing even more. I think my last comment would be, we have all focused much more on tangible outcomes. How can we make all the outputs and outcomes we get from the work of the IGF more accessible? And I really mean accessible broadly, more concise, more useful, more more directed, more topical, as well as, of course, more findable on the IGF website as well. Last year we did pilot something called Geneva Messages. That was for the main sessions only. It was a pilot that was well supported by the IGF community, so we have now sort of institutionalized that, if you will. Going forward, of course, there will be IGF messages because they are messages of the community, and we are doing them not only for the main sessions but also for every workshop session. And we're also focused much more thematically this year than we have been in past years. What I would like to ask everybody to do, many of the workshops are doing this themselves, and many of them have learned from a lot of the national and regional IGF initiatives, are really trying at the end to try and engage people in pulling out a small number of key messages themselves and looking for some sort of reaction from the people that are participating in the room and online, with whether or not those messages kind of resonate with the discussion that was held in the room. And I think that's an extremely useful piece of work for pulling some of those messages out, but I think it doesn't also allow us to tap into the community as much as we would like. So one of the things we're doing, and on the homepage of our website, there's a survey which is specifically asking what impact can the IGF have on this topic or this issue. It's meant to come from each workshop session over the next year. So we want to hear from everybody, and we want concrete, specific ideas. We want it focused on impact, on advancing issues, and we're really looking at a time frame of 1 to 2 years, so that it's not we want world peace sort of statement. Really would encourage everybody to promote that within your own networks. Please go to the website and do that for the sessions you participate in, or those that you don't, if you have a particular point you want to make on one of the other topics or themes. Again, all our sessions are streamed and transcribed, and they're posted, so you can even look at them outside of the IGF or post the IGF and submit comments subsequently as well. So I want to thank you for the time. I hope I didn't take too much, but really we're really wanting to engage deeply with the community, so jump in.
Thank you, Lynn. I will jump on what you just said. Please, their community, you have a unique chance to talk to the Troika. I see this gentleman there.
Thank you, Frederik. My name is Wout Natris. I will spell that for the scribes. It's W-O-U-T, then D-E, then N-A-T-R-I-S. That's correct, thank you. An S at the end, yes. In the past 2 years, I've been able to work on something called the Strengthening Cooperation in the context of the IGF, and it has 2 iterations by now. Basically, what that started off with is by literally tapping the IGF community on what could the IGF be in the future. And we had a room full in Geneva on day 0, and actually everybody started thinking about their own ideas. And then you can see that a lot converges and a lot of recommendations can be made in a session of 1.5 hours. And I think that that is a major lesson, that if something is truly seen as truly important, people will speak their mind. And how do you get to something important? That will probably come from emerging issues, from the workshop proposals. So if you say, for example, we have 10 proposals next year on cybersecurity, why have 10 sessions instead of telling the people, the room is yours, but you have to come up with recommendations at the end of this session, which will be published on the IGF website. Do you have to agree? No, because there are recommendations and ways forward you can actually learn. And that's something which the session last year on strengthening cooperation taught me. People will speak their mind and will try to think together on getting something forward. So that, I think that is one. The other thing that came out is that there could be pilots held in 2019. They are being sort of advertised in the multi-year working group, strategic working group that have been made. So the other thing is outreach. If we need more people and different people on specific topics, then people within the MAG can actually tap their networks. You can ask people who you know are very well versed in specific topics and experts. You can invite them actively to participate in some sort of intersessional that comes together at the IGF. And I think the last thing that is of important is to celebrate successes. If the IGF actually manages to come up with an outcome which makes a difference, and I'll give a very short example of it. When I was working for the Secretariat on CSERTs 3 years ago now, there was a topic that we're not allowed to do from the CSERT side. We're not going to say we need to reach out to governments. And I wrote it as a recommendation anyway, because it was really the elephant in the room. A year later, they were working with the OECD. There was a whole paper compiled. This is what CSERTs do, explaining it to governments. And that came forward from the first iteration of CSERTs. I never read it anywhere on any IGF website. We actually managed to change the mindset of people that are now reaching out to governments, and actually governments understand what CSERTs do. So that's just one example of something the IGF can reach, and then we should also be seeing people that they should be doing that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Wout. I see someone else. Yeah, please.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Christina Arida, and I'm a member of the ISOC chapter of Egypt. I would like first to thank France for all the efforts they've been putting into the IGF this year, but also I'd like to thank ISOC for dedicating space at this open forum to discuss the IGF improvements. I think it's a timely, important topic to reach out to the global internet community, where ISOC chapters actually can have a marvelous discussion about that. I want to tackle one specific point that I have heard mentioned through the discussions this morning, and that is the point of outreach of the IGF as a needed improvement. And coming from a region where there is evident need for such outreach, especially as we're talking about government leaders, but also if we're talking about leaders from the different stakeholder groups, where this is much needed at the IGF, specifically from the Global South. So I think, and I've seen the work that has been done by the MAG. I've been there for many, many years. It's a tremendous work. I salute Lynn for orchestrating that those years. But I would say there is an integration that is needed between the work that the MAG is doing in terms of the agenda putting, but also the work that's been doing by the hosts to secure high-level segments. I think what we need is not separate high-level segments, but we need those two paths integrated in a way that the high-level leaders, whether it's government or other stakeholder groups, are integrated within the agenda is being put by the MAG. And this is work that has to be done very early on. We have next year Germany, we have the host already this year in place very early on. I think there is an opportunity to do that through the coming year between the host country and the MAG. Thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm Nardina Nimmer, a youth at IGF ISOC fellow for this year. And my question is basically, how do you want to, in the future, bring governments and companies to listen to academia, civil society on issues such as surveillance and the use of drones in war? Thank you.
I will keep your question if you got time. I love it. Please.
Namaste, bonjour, thank you. I'm a youth at IGF fellow as well. I would like to thank the French government, Internet Society, Google and Microsoft for allowing me to be here. I wish to know, I work with young girls in Delhi, India, and I wish to know if there can be an implementation mechanism or something like an SDG compass for IGF through which I can implement the recommendations made to IGF to improve access to internet with young girls in India. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last one, and then I will have to wrap up, I'm afraid.
Thank you so much. My name is Marihel Kong. I'm from Uganda. I'm also a youth at IGF fellow. Mine is more of an observation. This year I attended my first IGF forum in Uganda, and the main theme was creating online trust, which is basically the theme that we have this year. So my question is, should the regional and national IGF meetings have the same themes as the main IGF? Because we have more pressing national issues in our countries, like the social media tax and having people online, which is as a result of, if you look at fake news and trust, these are issues that are a result of actually having people online, which we do not have, right? So majority of the people are not online. Shouldn't we as national IGF chapters be focusing on the issues that are pressing in our particular countries, and as Lynn said, to have more tangible outcomes? Thank you.
Well, I believe we won't have the time to address those questions, but I would like to keep them because I believe you three made very good suggestions. How can we actually improve the representation, align the themes at regional level, international level, and find more processes to involve people from different stakeholders, including the theme of mass surveillance. So we will keep this. I had a question for the Troika. We won't have time. We need to wrap up. I see desperate sign from Raquel. But I believe that your message were very clear. And what I heard today, Raul, is a good news. I mean, your sentence is still very valid. I hear we need more IGF. I hear that people are even more positive on the way that we should make it more relevant, more focused, more dedicated to including other bodies as a parliament. So those are all very good messages, including the very pragmatic message from Lynn. This community need to contribute as much as they can through those sessions and through the website. So please continue to feed us. ISOC take this very seriously. You know, we engage since the very beginning in this IGF. So we'll continue to collect your ideas. But I believe at least what we heard today is very encouraging. We need more IGF than less IGF. So thank you for being here. I know there is a bit of frustrations, but that's the start of the IGF, so enjoy this wonderful moment of exchange. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So thanks so much, everyone, for coming today. We've got quite a big room. If you wouldn't mind sort of coming in toward the middle and coming up to the front, I think that may make the conversation we're going to have a little bit later a little bit more of a conversation and less of a sort of us talking to you. I'm really delighted to welcome you all to today's workshop on well-being in the digital age. My name's Molly Lesher. I work in the Digital Economy Policy Division of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, which is here in Paris. We really focus on trying to develop better policies for better lives. I'd also like to very much thank the other co-sponsors of the workshop. We have Carlos da Fonseca from Brazil, as well as Mark Rotenberg from the Civil Society Information Society Advisory Council, or CSAC. Now, we really decided to propose this workshop because we increasingly see that digital technologies have both positive and negative impacts on the overall well-being of people and communities, and we really need to develop appropriate policy responses. Indeed, well-being is one of the focuses of the OECD Going Digital project, which aims to help policymakers better understand the digital transformation that's taking place and to create a policy environment for it to prosper. Now, well-being is a specific focus of the OECD Going Digital project. This is really ongoing work, so your input on it is really much appreciated. My colleague Fabrice Martin will discuss this in a bit more detail, but what we really see right now, what's emerging from the work, is that designing appropriate policy responses is becoming increasingly complicated because of the radical way in which digital transformation is impacting all of our lives. So, for example, we see growing pressure to compete with machines in the workplace, the use of algorithms and digital platforms enabling patient-managed healthcare and more efficient service delivery. But on the other side, you see the related ethical and privacy concerns and the impacts of automation on children's development and human relations all illustrate how the new digital context affects the drivers of individual well-being. Now, this workshop really aims to help shed some light on how policymakers can develop a whole-of-government policy framework that balances all of these different dimensions and all of the positive and negative impacts. So now we're first going to hear from Fabrice Martin to discuss the work he's leading on measuring well-being in the digital age. We're then going to hear from the distinguished members of our panel, which I'll introduce separately. Otherwise, you're not going to know who they are right now. And then we really want to have an active exchange with you all, as well as with those folks who may be online. So now I'm going to turn over to Fabrice to come and to sort of present the ongoing work. Fabrice is the head of unit on the OECD Household Statistics and Progress Measurement Division. He's also an associate researcher at Sciences Po in Paris, and his work really focuses on well-being measurement, the long-term dynamics of economic development and economic policy. So Fabrice, floor is yours.
Thank you, Molly. Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure today to introduce this new OECD report entitled Wellbeing in the Digital Age. This report is at the junction of two strands of work. First, our work on well-being. Is it working? No, I don't manage to change the slides. So the first strand of work is about well-being. This activity has taken place in the aftermath of the Stiglitz-Senfi2C Commission. It has led to several key outputs from the OECD, such as the Better Life Index and the House Life Wellbeing Framework. Can I have the next slide, please? Yes, this one. In this well-being framework, one measures well-being today by highlighting 11 key dimensions of well-being: health, education, income, security, jobs, and so on and so forth. The second strand of work, next slide, please, is a Going Digital project, which involves several directorates at the OECD, and reviews the impacts of the digital transformation on society and the economy. Our report will focus on people. What does the digital transformation have in terms of consequences on people well-being? Next slide, please. We aim to make 3 key contributions. One is to provide a comprehensive review of the positive and negative impacts of the digital transformation on people well-being, what we call the opportunities and the risk of the digital transformation. Secondly, we operationalize this conceptual framework, in a sense, and create synthetic indices of digital risk and opportunities in order to map countries in this dual space. And thirdly, we highlight the data gaps that still exist in this landscape. Next slide, please. Our overarching message could be summarized into the following sentence: safe technologies can improve the life of those who have the skills to use them. So this message is really two-sided. On the one hand, we acknowledge the many opportunities that the digital transformation brings about, as it provides information for free, it expands consumption bundles, and it also yields efficiency gains. On the other hand, there are several risks, actually 3 main risks. One is the digital divide, as people differ in terms of internet access and above all usage. And people also have different levels of digital skills. Secondly, digital literacy is difficult to acquire. Digital literacy can be defined as a complex bundle of cognitive and emotional skills that are needed to navigate safely into the digital world in order to sort out information quality, have self-control over one's digital involvement in order to avoid mental health problems. And thirdly, digital insecurity issues, which are linked to data privacy, cyber hacking, and cyberbullying, for instance. So a happy digitalization would actually require equal digital opportunities, widespread digital literacy, and safe digital environments. Next slide, please. For the sake of time, I cannot enter into details, obviously, but this illustrates what the report brings about. This is the list of key impacts from the digital transformation on people's well-being. It is actually a table for each dimension of people's well-being. One has reviewed both the opportunities and the risk entailed by the digital transformation. Next one. Next one. We also try to operationalize this conceptual framework by listing some indicators for each dimension of well-being. Those indicators capture the key impacts. They can be either opportunities or risk. Next one, please. Next one. Those indicators, 33 in total, are summarized in what we call a digital well-being wheel. As an example, here is a wheel for Finland. The inner cycle corresponds to the minimum outcome observed among OECD countries, and the second inner cycle corresponds to the maximum outcome observed among OECD countries. In blue are the opportunities, and in yellow are the risks. So you can immediately see that in Finland, for instance, there are large opportunities and relatively low digital risk. Next one. Interestingly, we do that for 36 OECD countries. On the left-hand side, you can see that in Italy, one can observe high risk and low opportunities. On the contrary, high opportunities and low risk in Finland, as I just said. And there are also a couple of countries, such as Australia, which are characterized by large data gaps. Next one. To provide a kind of overview of the digital risk and digital opportunities, one creates 2 synthetic indicators by aggregating all opportunity subcomponents together and all risk subcomponents together in order to have two synthetic indices, one for opportunities and one for risk. Here is the outcome from this exercise. Next slide, please. The first interesting finding is that there is zero correlation between digital risk and digital opportunities. So reaping the opportunities doesn't necessarily come with facing higher risk. If you go clockwise, starting from the upper right quadrant, where are countries with high risk and high opportunities, two of them can be singled out, Luxembourg and the United Kingdom. Then going down, this is the place where countries would like to be, with facing low risk and reaping higher opportunities. One finds countries such as Norway, Finland, New Zealand. Then countries such as Greece and Czech Republic and Latvia have low risk and low opportunities. And finally, countries such as Hungary or Italy face high risk and low opportunities. Next slide, please. When trying, it is beyond the scope of this report to try to understand the key sources, the key mechanism behind the creation of opportunities and the emergence of digital risk. However, one noticed a strong correlation between this aggregate indicator of digital opportunities and access to internet, namely the share of households that are internet access. So having access to the internet appears to be a necessary condition, certainly not a sufficient condition, but a necessary condition in order to reap digital opportunities. On the other hand, there is no correlation between internet access and digital risk, probably due to the fact that digital risks are multifaceted, as I said earlier in introduction. Next one, please. And finally, there are still important data gaps to be filled in that field. Countries such as Australia, New Zealand, Israel, or the US still miss an important share of the indicators, the key subcomponent indicators that we have collected. Next one. This report also contains some statistical agenda going forward, which is directed towards national statistical offices and the international academic community. This paves the way for filling the data gaps, in a sense. And to conclude, I would like to express some caveats as evidence in certain dimensions about the key impacts of the digital transformation is still debated, scattered. So we want to be cautious in this field and avoid definite conclusions. Secondly, there is a true need for harmonizing existing measures. And finally, the statistical exercise that is contained in this report has been heavily time-consuming, so it is not something that can be replicated easily, I would say. Thank you very much.
So thanks a lot, Fabrice. I think what you mentioned there at the end is very important. It's been time-consuming because you've been working across all of the different policy communities at the OECD to really try to understand how to measure well-being in all the different dimensions. We all know that having a solid evidence base is absolutely essential to making good policies. So thanks very much for that. I've asked now we're going to turn to the rest of the panel. I've asked them to respond to sort of two different questions. The first is, what are the three most important dimensions of individual and societal well-being in the digital age? This is a little bit trying to get at how you sort of assess, on balance, the risks and opportunities that Fabrice mentioned. And then the second question is that it's clear that there are both positive and negative impacts of digital technologies on the well-being of people and communities, and how can policymakers really best assess and manage those trade-offs? And that might vary, I think, by countries. So to start us off, I'm really pleased we have Ambassador Monica Aspe, who represents Mexico at the OECD. She was previously a Vice Minister of Communications in Mexico, where she promoted the implementation of public policies stemming from the telecommunications reform of 2013, which really aims at universal access to telecom services and led to the innovative international contest of a network that will provide telecom services to more than 100 million Mexicans, among other important initiatives. So Monica, the floor is yours.
Say the most important part, which is that I co-chair the Going Digital Friends of Group with the UK in the OECD. Thank you for this invitation. The question that Molly sent is not easy because it's hard to choose. The digital transformation really affects, impacts all aspects of well-being. So choosing the most important is sort of a difficult question. So I chose 3 areas which are very important and highly interrelated among them, and where the Going Digital initiative has done, I think, remarkable work, which is education and skills, jobs and employment, wages, and work-life balance. So these are 3 very related areas that are fundamental, of course, for well-being in any of our countries. The first one, education and skills. As the nature of jobs changes, so do the skills required to perform them. And this, of course, shapes the labor markets, but this also must shape the education systems, both formal and informal. And there are upsides and opportunities, and of course there are downsides and challenges. On the upside side, the opportunities, we see innovation in learning infrastructure. We have massive open online courses. We have open educational resources. So we have new educational infrastructures that can actually help our education systems. We have also more flexible and personalized training. Adaptive learning technologies allow us to have, for example, information in the moment that students are performing any task and know what's happening and influence and modify the teaching on a real-time basis. So there's a lot of opportunities in this sense. Augmented, virtual, and mixed realities also bring opportunities for immersed experiences where students can learn more in a fun and interesting environment. So this is also very helpful, especially for different kinds of learning. We all learn in different ways. What are the challenges? Well, digitalization will accelerate the change in skills required. So this is happening very fast with an increase in the labor demand for digital skills estimated in 55% by 2030. So the skills demanded in the labor market are very different from those taught in the formal education system. And of course that creates a huge pressure on the education systems and a need for lifelong learning and for changing also our formal education systems for children. We have therefore also an increase in the mismatch between the skills that are generated or built in the education system and those that are demanded in the labor market. So we have very large and increasingly large skills mismatch where people have a set of skills but can't find a job for those skills, and firms, companies require workers with a certain set of skills that do not necessarily exist in the offer in the labor market. So this is a big social challenge, of course. The second point, very related, jobs and earnings. So the OECD in its work in Going Digital estimates that something around 14% of workers are at a high risk of having most of their existing tasks automated over the next maybe 15 years. What does this mean? Because of course jobs are not automated, tasks are automated. And when tasks are automated to a certain level, then the job, of course, itself disappears. So this is 14% of workers, but then there's also another 30% of workers where their jobs is going to change fundamentally because the tasks performed are going to be some automated, some transformed, and they will have to work every time more with technologies. And of course, there's also new jobs. App developers, social media managers, big data specialists. So there's also job creation. So on the upside and the opportunities, we see that the internet actually does lead to the creation of some new jobs. We know that there's a very important potential for home-based businesses, for example, markets that didn't exist before for this kind of firms. We also know that work jobs can become much more efficient, so that could liberate time from people, from work to other activities. We also know that the internet supports a better global allocation of skills in the labor market, so since we can go more global, we can be more efficient in the allocation of existing skills and the demand of skills in the labor market. And international outsourcing can help SMEs to better compete. Higher productivity, of course, can translate into lower prices, new products, so there's an upside. But there's also challenges. There's a distribution effect. Not necessarily the workers who lose jobs are the ones who are fit, remember skills, for jobs created. So we're seeing some polarization in the labor market where we're seeing middle skill jobs becoming either high-skilled jobs or low-skilled jobs. So it's not only a thing about jobs disappearing and others being created, but also of the kind of skills and therefore wages related to the jobs that are disappearing or being created. And this also has a differential impact for developed and developing countries, of course, because as we globalize, these kinds of skills that are less needed or more needed are not equally distributed among all of our countries. So there's also something to think, not only what we saw in the presentation, which is among OECD countries, some seem to be more of the winners and some more of the losers, but even more if we go to non-OECD countries, there is definitely the potential for a distributional effect that we need to work on through policy. And third point, work-life balance. The ability to successfully combine work, family commitments, personal life is important for the well-being of all members of a household and, of course, of all humanity. So in the digital transformation changes this balance for the good and for the bad. So there's also the two sides. There's flexibility, which can be great. It can be great, for example, in terms of gender equality. But there's the other side, which can bring also long working hours because of the same longer working hours because of the same flexibility, and we tend to see more men working extremely long hours, and that creates also a strain, of course, in not only gender equality but life-work balance. So policy actions, what can we do in front of this challenge? Skill policies, the first point is, policy will set the difference between winners and losers in the digital transformation. So there's a lot to do in policy. We need lifelong learning. We need to stop thinking of education as something that is for children and confined to a formal education system. We're actually learning more digital skills outside of the formal education system than in the education system. So there's a lot of lessons there. We need more aggressive higher education policies and lifelong learning to reduce skills mismatch. We need to increase the number of available workers to fill jobs that support the growth of the internet economy. So train more for the jobs that are being created and less for the ones that are disappeared. And of course, we need adequate social protection, which is crucial to help works transit smoothly this transition between jobs, especially when they have been displaced. Labor market regulations, we can talk more about that later, and promoting workplace flexibility. And of course, the gender front is very important in this transformation. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Monica. You brought up a lot of really important points, and on the jobs and wages aspect, I think this notion of quality jobs is also something that we're seeing becoming more and more important. So now we're going to turn over to our fellow co-organizer, Carlos da Fonseca, who is a career diplomat, having worked at the Brazilian embassies in Washington as well as Santiago. Carlos is currently the head of the Information Society Division at the Brazilian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where he's responsible for the international agenda related to the digital economy and internet governance. And in that capacity, he represents Brazil at the OECD, the G20, and the ITU. Carlos, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Molly, Fabrice. Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be with you guys here. I think it's an opportunity to give our perspective from Brazil. So I have two, let me start my clock here. So I have two questions to orient my presentation. So I'm going to try to be didactic, not to lose myself. So first question is about the dimensions, three most important dimensions. I think it's very difficult to single out three dimensions, of course. The digitalization impacts almost every aspect of our daily lives today. However, being from a developing country, I think it's wise to try to emphasize or to take into account aspects that matter in terms of development. So in that sense, I would say that maybe the first dimension is access itself to ICTs and use of the ICTs, in the sense that access to ICTs is sort of a prerequisite to reaping the benefits of digitalization. And access and use of ICTs still are a huge problem in some developing countries. Brazil is not an exception in that matter. To give you an idea, a survey carried out in 2016 showed that 21 million Brazilian households still did not have fixed internet connectivity, which corresponds to around 30% of homes. And 4.5 million Brazilians still did not have, in 2016-17, still did not have access to any kind of connectivity at all. So we are talking about 4.5 million digitally excluded, which is a huge number. And even when there is connectivity, quality and cost are another obstacle. In the case of Brazil, connectivity costs at entry level for broadband services exceeds, in some cases by far, the affordability targets defined by the Broadband Commission for Digital Development, 5% of the average monthly income. In some regions of the Amazon, subscriptions may cost up to $150 or even more dollars a month. It's huge. Another important aspect, I think, has to do with digital skills. And this is important because it has to do with appropriation of internet, what you do when you do have access. The same surveys I mentioned for 2016 showed that 24 million Brazilians did not use the internet because of the lack of knowledge or skills. The situation was even worse when you consider only the aging population, the poorest, or girls and women. So it's even worse. Those are probably the two most pressing problems, I think, because they tend to accentuate disparities not only among countries, but also within a country. You have regions with more access and regions with less, et cetera, et cetera. This, in terms of social and economic development, in terms of the access to education, the access to information, the access to job opportunities, the access even to government services that are provided digitally. So it's a huge problem. Maybe a third aspect worth mentioning is trust and security. In the case of Brazil in 2017, there were 265,000 denial of service attacks. It's a huge number. 300,000 on average, in all, 350,000 cybersecurity incidents were registered. 62 million people were the victims of cybercrime. So it's also a huge problem for us. How to deal with those challenges? So this is the second question. I think that from a government perspective, the digitalization is a huge challenge because it is particularly difficult to deal with that in terms of the role of government as both an enabler of digital transformation, a provider of services, because the government is also a provider of digital services, and also an economic regulator. So the government has three different challenges to face. So I believe the only way to deal with that effectively is through the development of comprehensive digital transformation strategies that take into account those multiple dimensions involved. And those strategies, they must point to a sort of a whole of government approach in terms of the implementation of policies. If you don't have a whole of government and a comprehensive strategy, it's very difficult to deal with those different challenges at the same time. That's what we try to do in Brazil. We recently, in March this year, we approved the Brazilian Digital Transformation Strategy. This strategy is an attempt to prepare the country to face those challenges, to reap the benefits of digitalization. The strategy was the outcome of a year-long coordinated effort by the Ministry of Science and Technology, together with over 30 ministries and agencies. It was a huge work. The main document was the result of more than 6 months of daily work by a great number of people. There was a 2-month public consultation period which gathered over 700 contributions to our strategy. And basically what we have now is a strategy with 7 main priority areas: infrastructure, research, development, innovation, confidence and security, education and training, international cooperation, digitalization of the economy, and digital citizenship. And for each area, the strategy establishes a broad diagnosis of the current situation and the challenges we face, and a set of strategic goals for the next 5 years, and a set of indicators for us to measure how we are dealing with that. And I'm just finishing. Once the strategy was approved, and this happened in March, an interministerial committee was established with the participation of the Executive Office of the President, together with a number of ministries. And I think it is worth mentioning, last but not least, that this strategy now is being the object of a review by the OECD. We commissioned to the OECD a peer review study on our strategy with a focus on how to best implement this. And the term of reference of this review is based on the OECD Integrated Policy Framework for Digital Transformation. So now we are really, really connected. Our strategy and Going Digital are sort of part of the same process. So I think this is very good. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks so much, Carlos. It's really great to see the framework that we are developing with the multi-stakeholder model being put to use in Brazil. I know it's no small feat to get all of those ministries together. We see that in the Secretariat trying to come to agreement on some difficult issues from different policy perspectives isn't always easy, so congratulations for that. Also hearing skills coming up again as one of the three most important issues, which is interesting. So now we're going to move to the civil society perspective. We have Claire Milne, who's long combined her international telecoms policy consultancy practice with pro bono collaboration on consumer and civil society organizations. She's worked with the Civil Society Information Society Advisory Council, CSAC, which is part of the Going Digital project, since 2011. She's also a visiting senior fellow at the London School of Economics. Having worked on universal service in many countries, she's now most interested in helping to shape new ICTs to serve society. So Claire, the floor is yours.
Am I coming over? Yes, sounds like it. So thanks very much for the invitation and for the opportunity, Molly and the other organizers. And first I'd like to say that I'm really happy that OECD has chosen its well-being report to discuss at this IGF. I know, of course, the OECD, it has that E in its name for economics, and it has to be concerned with the details of economic policy and growth. But at the end of the day, what is economics for? Well, I think most of us would say it is in order to facilitate human well-being. So that's what it's all about, and that's what the digital transformation is all about as well. So I'm pleased to have the opportunity to make my three choices of topic that I think are tops. And the first of them is actually what I would call work rather than jobs, which both of the previous speakers have already alluded to, and I didn't hear anything in what they said that I would really disagree with. So I'd like to add that I think we need to talk in terms of work rather than jobs. We've already heard there's going to be home-based work. We know there's going to be a lot of freelancing. There's going to be prosumption, where the consumer produces as well as consuming. There will be many different forms of work. But we need to think, what is work? Work is not just a productive activity whereby people contribute to the economy. It's also a very important source, of course, of income. And there's been a lot of discussion about social support, possibly a universal basic income for people who don't find other sources. But it's not by any means only or even primarily financial. People with work usually get a lot of their life meaning out of that. They get their social standing, they get their sense of community, a sense of what they contribute to society, and so on. And we really need to think about not just how do we keep people busy during the day, how do we keep them with a wage packet at the end of the week, but how do we make sure that these important social and psychological needs are going to be met? I think that's a huge challenge, and it's lucky that we do have these ICTs, which I believe are going to be an important part of the solution to this, as well as creating part of the problem. My second choice would be inclusion, but I'm not going to talk about that because I'm happy I have my colleague Valeria here who is going to talk about inclusion, so access digital skills for everybody and so on. My third is environment, which nobody has mentioned yet, but this is an area where, as we all know, the ICTs should be helping us to both dematerialize many of our carbon-heavy operations, and through the data that they provide, help us to fine-tune our activities and minimize our impact on the environment. But at the same time, the resources they release can be used in very environmentally unfriendly ways. And although we are working towards allowing people to have more environmentally friendly choices, I think it's very clear that these are not choices that should be left to the market, to individuals. Policymakers, governments must ensure that those options that are available are all as environmentally friendly as they possibly can be. Carbon taxation is going to be one very obvious element there, so that when we make all our individual choices, they add up to something which is going to be positive for the environment through the digital transformation. I have many more things to say, but I shall stop there and hand over to my colleague.
Thanks so much, Claire. So now we'll pass over to Valeria Milanes, who is the Executive Director of the Association of Civil Rights, which is based in Argentina. She's also a lawyer specializing in IT law, as well as a researcher and speaker on privacy, data protection, freedom of expression matters in national and international conferences. She's also, like Claire, part of the CSAC steering committee. So Valeria, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I will bring a perspective from Latin America, which is Latin America and Caribbean, which is the area where we work most, and adding a bit more of information regarding, for example, what Carlos said, related and inclusion, that Claire also make references, that I will talk about that. I have to go like steps behind and go to very basic point that is core when we talk about inclusion. That if we take, for example, the last report on broadband status 2017 from the CEPAL from the acronym in Spanish, which is the Economic Commission from Latin America and Caribbean, which is an office from the UN. That report marks that 56% of people in Latin America and Caribbean use the internet, which is great comparing previous years. But that means that 44% does not use internet during 2017. So I'm trying to find a way to make this like additional approach, given that the main topic here is well-being, and not to repeat myself, talking about issues like we talk in another kind of fora when we discuss normative or kind of infrastructure properly matters, or data protection properly matters. But if we combine all things, because my other two topics, not because I consider the three most important, but I have to choose three, and I choose this topic of access, ICT access and usage, with this very basic point that we have to take into account, which is not only access to the internet, but the quality of the access to the internet. And I have to mention here net neutrality, zero rating plans. We have to think on that when we are thinking about well-being, and at an individual and a social level, because of the repercussions that has socially. But I have also choose a kind of civic engagement that is related also with data. And when I say data, I have to point something that I mark in every space I have the opportunity, which is the asymmetry, the huge asymmetry between the subject of the data, the person that provides the data, and the ones that manage the data, because it's not only the way that the data is protected, but it's also the way that the data is used and processed. And this sensation that I think that it's at some point it had to start to be measured and considered, the sensation of the people of being left behind on something that they do not understand, and they can do nothing about that, because it's sometimes the field that we civil society have, and it's our work. because it's so complex and it's so opaque in some ways that it has an impact, I think, in the well-being, beyond the way that the data protection laws are implemented, beyond ethics, beyond everything. We have to add that dimension also. And related to data, because, and I will end here, related to data, we have to think also in the new technologies that use the huge amounts of data that are also impacting individually and socially, which are the algorithm decision-making based on artificial intelligence and machine learning processes, which add also a major dimension to that kind of asymmetry and feeling of the people that not understand what is happening with them, what are the processes that are decided for them. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Valeria, for bringing up an important issue of data protection and privacy. We all know that that's an absolute key quality to trust and to ensuring that digital transformation is inclusive. So now I'd like to invite Dr. Makoto Yokozawa to come up to the lectern here. He's the head professor of the Market and Organization Informatics Systems Laboratory at the Graduate School of Informatics in Kyoto University. He leads domestic policy strategy in Japan as the chairperson of the Personal Data Protection Task Force and the Japanese IT Service Industry Association. He's also the vice chair of the Internet Economy Working Group in the Japanese Business Federation. He also chairs or co-chairs groups in APEC and the OECD, and he's been involved, we're lucky, in going digital from the beginning. So Makoto, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Molly. Well, that's a very long introduction. Sorry about that. Well, this time I am from BIAC, which is the Business and Industry Advisory Committee to the OECD. You can see the logo in the top right-hand side. And we are very much happy, very happy to work with Molly and Fabrice and the OECD, all on OECD analysts in the, not only limited to the Going Digital project, but many things in the digital technologies. Yes, to begin with, I will just say the three focal points in my speech. One is the scalability and the structure by design in well-being. Molly has made a very good work in the synthesis report, the latest synthesis report for the Going Digital project from the OECD, which which has the demographics of the structure of the Going Digital policies and what we should think about the well-being and the Going Digital. So I was inspired by that, and I will show something about related to that. And the second one, that's one thing. And the second one is the new generation of the society in Japan. And maybe next year, Japan G20, we will speak about something about the society 5.0, which is expansion of the industry 4.0 by Germany, and well taken the Argentina's leadership in the G20 this year. And thirdly, I would like to highlight the trust. Okay, the trust is here. You have the badge, and you see the word trust here. Okay, so that's again very important. So let's begin with this first one, the structure and the scalability. So if you can see the characters, I am just talking about the smart life, smart works, and smart communities, and then smart cities, and the biggest one is a smart society. And at this time, and it's a society 5.0 by Japan's proposal. So in each scalability, in each scale, we have to think many different things. For example, the smart life and smart works. My previous panelist has spoken about the education and skill development. So that well reflect here, a smart house and smart office, and healthcare, Medicare, and silver economy, which is aging society. So we have to look into that. And the smart communities and diversity and opportunity, which is well also spoken by the previous speakers. And the structural design is something the government or the policy makers has to look into that. And the smart cities, technology and regulation, efficiency and sustainability. And the biggest scale, smart society should look like the design and coordination and cross-border coordination, which OECD is expected to play a role. Okay, so this is a rough structure. And also we have to think about the many structures like this. I won't go into this too much, but from the product manufacturing, or network communication, the service solution layer, and content intellectual layers, and investors confidence layer, which is trust. So we have to think, we have many, many issues on the right-hand side. So all of this are related to the well-being by digital. Okay, so what is the digital? We may think about that again. So the digital technology can provide the internal efficiency improvement or the modularization, decentralization and outsourcing, and civilization, servicization of manufacturing industry, and also the globalization or localization of new solution or innovation. So many things can be achieved by the digital technologies that will lead to the well-being. Okay, so the Society 5.0, we have a long history from the beginning of the human civilization. We have the hunting society, agrarian society, industrial society, and information society, and next should be the super smart society. Okay, so Keidan Ren, which is the Japan Business Federation who sent me to BIAC, is thinking about this Society 5.0 with connection to this SDG 17 goals. Okay, it's like just like this, and if you are interested in, you can visit this URL to see what is the Society 5.0 and what is the actually Japan business is thinking about. Okay, so, and what is the technology? My previous speakers already have talked about the blockchain and AI, but it's not only that, the 3D printers and the smart battery, photovoltaic cells that are related to the sustainability, that's all related to the smart well-being. Okay, so I will be skipping this and just showing this some image of what Japanese business is doing. It is a traffic, traffic and society, and the big data analysis and many things. Okay, so they're just speaking that. And the interesting one is the, okay, so the trust, finally. So the privacy protection or personal data protection is well considered in many forums, including the OECD. So OECD, in 1980, OECD has offered the privacy guideline. It's a very famous one. It should be a very good example what OECD can do in the well-being process. So we have the GDPR in EU and also the APEC privacy framework as well. So both are based on the OECD privacy guidelines in 1980. And that was amended in 2013. So this, we would expect the OECD to play a role to showing the way forward like this. So that's what I wanted to emphasize. And the smart is many things. So we should think about the smart, what is smart by the digital technology. Okay, thank you very much.
thanks very much, Makoto. That's the first time I've heard the Society 5.0, and I'll be happy to be part of something super smart, so that's exciting. Last but certainly not least, we have Katie Watson, who's a policy advisor at the Internet Society. She supports, develops, and advocates for the Internet Society's internet-related public policy positions on access, on security, and on privacy in North America. So, Katie, the floor's yours.
Thank you very much. And you know, I really think I agree with the things that you all have already said, and you've touched on a lot of the things that I was also going to mention. But as you all have mentioned as well, you know, the internet is becoming more ubiquitous every day, and the impacts, the positive impacts are huge. The opportunities are huge. But at the same time, there is this very significant digital divide. And as the positive impacts grow for those who are connected, it widens the gap in very meaningful ways, and especially as we move toward this Society 5.0, the areas that are unconnected, not just from the internet as we think of it as a laptop or a phone, but from all of the things that come with that, it's going to have really massive implications for those communities. And so I agree, Carlos said it as well, you know, you have to start with access. It has to be the first thing that you do is figure out which communities are unconnected, why they're unconnected, and how they can get connected themselves, because it's not the same solution everywhere you go. So we need to be working very closely with those communities to figure out what solutions work for them. But then with that access comes the trust aspect, which a couple of you talked about as well. Because if you don't trust the internet, if you don't trust the devices that are included on the internet, then you're not going to use it. And we're seeing more and more of that, especially in North America right now, as relates to security and privacy. And it seems to me, you know, 5 years ago, we reached this point where everyone said, yes, you have to have the internet. And if there was an opportunity to get internet, by and large, people wanted it. But now, with so many security and privacy risks, there's a little bit of pushback. So I think to really build trust in the internet and not only have access, but people actively engaging online, you have to focus on all three of those things, the access, security, and the privacy pieces. And it's really in all of our best interests to do that, because it's not until everyone's online that we can all truly benefit from what the internet could be. So as far as what policymakers in particular can do to facilitate that, I think it really comes down to something the Internet Society has talked about for years, which is the multi-stakeholder model, and it's the reason we're here now. When you work with experts from a variety of fields, and when you include viewpoints that are maybe different from the way that you would approach a problem, you're so much more likely to get innovative solutions to these issues. And you know, it's something that I've been lucky to see in my current position. We work in Canada specifically right now, we're working on IoT security. And we've engaged this really amazing group of people from many different backgrounds, including government, tech sectors, private sector, public interest, academics. And the kinds of solutions that they've come up with that they could all be engaged in to actually make IoT more secure are really impressive, and not something that I think any one group would be able to do on their own. And so moving forward, I hope to see more projects like that, and Senegal and France have started their own projects that are very similar, and hope that they'll continue to be used in other countries, because it really does have to be a collaborative effort. We need to include more people at the table to come up with the kinds of solutions that will be necessary as this technology evolves. So yeah, to close, I agree with what everyone has said, and looking forward to the conversation.
Well, thanks so much, Katie. So now's the fun part. We're going to open it up and hopefully have a good and lively discussion with you all. We've also got Arvin here online, so Arvin, please feel free to come in to the extent that you'd like. Does anybody have any questions? The lady in the back with the iPad? Oh, no. Okay. Sir?
Yeah, this is Rajendra Pratap Gupta from India, and I like the entire presentation from Japan. I have worked with WHO in the Guidelines Development Group for Digital Health, and let me emphasize that if we really want to achieve what we call as the Internet of Trust, we would need evidence. One of the things we feel that when we are looking at guidelines or doing up regulations, we always feel that there is not enough evidence that we can, recommend adoption or scale up. So I think this is a very impactful forum, the Internet Governance Forum, and I think this should take the nodal role of collating all the evidence which is scattered across the globe. I think we have what we call islands of excellence, where we have excellent projects delivered, but we need evidence. So I think I would come down to say it is a precondition to build trust. So let's validate and document evidence so that people can use it to scale up and adopt. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much for that comment. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to ask a question to one of the panelists based on the presentations, or bring up another issue that you think is important? Sir?
Hello. This is Edmund Chung from .Asia, actually. Sorry, I came in a bit late, but I caught about half of the presentation on the opportunities and risk indices, I guess. I want to ask a question about how that's especially the risks part is defined, and one of the reasons why is at .Asia we actually just launched what we called a youth mobility index, and we're looking at a bunch of indicators to think about what youth digital mobility is. And one of the core aspects is to change a little bit the narrative that is only about access and freedom online to digital mobility to support youth development. So I'm quite curious, I might have missed it, you might have already covered it, but I'm quite curious how you look at risk in terms of simply the cyber security online, privacy, or also the risks for young people unable to utilize the internet, and utilize it in an open mobile manner in that sense, not using mobile phone, but able to mobilize resources and people online.
Thanks so much. Fabrice, you'd like to answer?
Yeah, very quickly. Our starting point is the OECD Wellbeing Framework, which highlights 11 key dimensions of people's well-being: health, education, income, jobs, environment, personal security, and so on and so forth. So the idea was actually to review all the impacts of the digital transformation on each of those well-being dimensions. And for each of them, we actually found, by looking at the wide literature, both opportunities and risk. Then we came up with 13 indicators of digital risk, and we just aggregated them together in order to build a synthetic indicator of digital risk.
Go ahead.
So what are included in the risk ones? You mentioned 13 of them. Just some examples.
So there are plenty in the field of education. One has, for instance, inequality in digital skills. In the field of employment, you have the number of jobs that are destroyed, as well as negative effects on job quality. In the field of environment, one has e-waste. In the field of governance, one has in the field of security, cyberbullying, and the number of security incidents, and so on and so forth.
Sir? Did you want to?
I wonder if I might just add a quick point there, which is, I think it's very noticeable, I'm sure Fabrice wouldn't argue, that when you look at your blue and yellow bars in those nice charts, they are not strictly commensurable. You've done your best to scale both sets, but you can't assume that because a yellow bar is the same length as a blue bar, there is any sort of balance there. And balancing these things is going to be quite different depending on what scale you're looking at. And obviously, every individual has a different balance between opportunities and risks, and aggregating them at the national level conceals a lot of that.
Maybe quickly to follow up on this, actually the dimensions are the ranks for each indicator. So in a sense, this is comparable. However, we are completely ignorant about the relative importance of the various indicators and impacts. This is the job of policymakers, in a sense, to highlight priorities in terms of policy intervention.
Hi, my name is Andrew Bridges. I'm from Silicon Valley. The motto for IGF this year is the Internet of Trust. I deeply admire the work of OECD, its empirical, objective, evidence-based approaches, and I very much like the categories in the well-being index. I think they're excellent. But it seems to me that we are facing a fundamental crisis in the world that is not an internet crisis, because you think you could substitute any number of variables for the word internet in the blank of trust. It could be the government of trust, the relationships of trust, the media of trust, the legal frameworks of trust. It seems to me that one essential condition of well-being is the stability of expectations and the confidence in the good faith of others. And that without stability of expectations as to something being true or not, and of course many things are always subject to revision, scientific knowledge is subject to revision, but without some fundamental confidence in stability of perspectives, in confidence in good faith of others, I think we can't begin building anything. And my question for you is, looking at the various well-being categories, where do we put that? Is that part of social capital? Is that part of civic engagement and governance? Is that part of social connections? Do we need a new criterion, or does this fit well within other criteria? Thank you.
I'm very glad that you raised that point, as I'm responsible of a trust experiment run by the OECD, which is called Trust Lab. So we run surveys about trust in others and trust in institutions using experimental methods. This being said, it's true that trust in digital technologies is not here properly reflected as it should be, and this is your point. So in the future, we're thinking about broadening the scope of those trust surveys and trust experiments in order to better reflect, understand what drives trust in technologies, and how can we foster it, actually. So yes, you're right, trust is not yet here properly reflected. Trust is multidimensional. It's about trust in institutions, which relates to the governance field. It's about trust in others, which relates to social capital. And trust in technology relates to ICT access and usage. It's diffusion.
If I may have just one quick follow-up. My concern is, I would hate for us to focus just on technology, which in my view is a mirror of society, if we do not have trust in teachers, trust in reporters on old-fashioned paper newspapers. Trust in technologies, to me, is sort of a microcosm and can't be abstracted from it, is my only concern.
If I can just come in here, we've been talking about the well-being framework that Fabrice is doing, I think, a great job in moving the bar forward on sort of measurement side. But we're also developing at the OECD what we call this integrated policy framework that Carlos mentioned, where we tried to see, okay, what are the key building blocks for making digital transformation not just work for the economy, but also for society. One of those building blocks is indeed trust. And the idea is you do have metrics to the extent you can, and it's the area where we are the farthest behind, and we know that. But also you have some policy guidance that OECD has developed over the years. We have security guidelines, we have privacy guidelines, we have protecting consumers and e-commerce. We have all these kinds of things, and the framework's trying to set out the policy case for why trust is needed, to try to give some high-level principles on what that might mean. And we work, indeed, with the multi-stakeholder model. We're not just focusing on our members and trying to develop this. And so that's another, I think, important aspect of the Going Digital project and trying to foster trust, because what trust means to someone from China, it may be very different than what trust means to someone in France or to the US. And so every country is going to have to a little bit take these high-level principles and put them into their own context. You know, we can give some direction, but we can't give this sort of recipe for everybody on that. So thanks a lot for raising that. We have any other questions from the floor? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Catherine Tai from SIPE, and I have a question for Dr. Makoto. So in your presentation, you mentioned that Smart City's next step is a Society 5.0, and we all know that Smart City is definitely a worthwhile effort to better public life and then to advance well-being of human in general. So I'm just curious if there are any potential risks to Smart City, because we all know that there are some state actors who are providing assistance to some non-democratic regimes, and then that raised some concerns internationally. So if you can just comment on, because we all know the benefits of smart cities. So, you know, the government can be more efficient, can better provide services. So if you can just comment on some potential risks. And another question, if I may, for Valeria. You mentioned that there's a symmetry between a person who provides data and a person who manages the data. So I thought that that's a very interesting common observation, because there's a power asymmetry, there's a capability asymmetry. And in this day of the age, a lot of corporations which also operate in non-democratic countries, you know, when they have these kind of a capacity to own their customers or users' data, what do they do with it, you know, in the face of this asymmetry? So if you can just comment on this. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Maybe we'll start with Makoto.
Well, thank you for the very good question. Well, yes, smart city is one of our invention to have the well-being with the digital technology. I agree with that. But it's not limited to the smart cities and the smart house or smart communities. They will have the same risk, the similar risk. And I would like to highlight, someone has already talked about the trust and the security. And that's one of the risks in the smart cities as well. And but adding to that, we might have to take care of the intellectual property, or the totally different things, that the protection of children online. So maybe so many risks that have the origin in the digitalization. So some of them we can't expect, or we can't forecast at all. So we don't know what is the next of these children protection or the intellectual property things. So we might think what is important is the sharing the experience and the knowledge about in the cross-border coordination. So now the smart city development is only by the community, local communities, local government, and very small scale. So, but we might have to think of expanding the scale of these smart cities. That's one thing. And I'm not quite sure if this is quite answering to your second question. So as I mentioned, the OECD's 1980 privacy guideline is a very good example, but we have two practical enforcement of the guidelines. One is the European GDPR, which is well based on the regulation, governmental regulation. And second one, it's on the contrary, we have the APEC privacy framework, which is based on the self-regulation. Okay, that's totally different. So the basis is the same. So maybe we have to think the balancing, which is better in which occasion. Okay, so it's not 100 perfect for all occasions, but Japan is actually taking the way middle. Okay, between the GDPR and self-regulation approach. So the similar things will happen in any risks in the smart cities or smart communities. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Valerie.
Yeah, maybe if I do not understand properly your question, please let me know. Because this point of asymmetry is something that we try to highlight because we understand that each time that asymmetry is making it bigger and bigger, and of course is a question of balance. I would say that mainly, not only from states, but also from private corporations, because sometimes private corporations are even stronger than some states. At some point, some states have not a word against private corporations because of jurisdiction matter, etc., etc. And for example, and I was listening to my colleague here, self-regulation is something that it's okay, but it's something that also generates concerns at some points because maybe make that unbalance and asymmetry bigger. I have not answers, but I think that given the people agency, do not forget that data protection rules are quite important. It's sure that maybe not everybody understand and use the rights that data protection brings, because our experience in everyday work is that people on everyday basis does not properly understand what is happening with the data. And if they have to access to legal instances or administrative instances, it can be quite discouraging to be that. So that is our work, but also the work of everybody who is involved here to understand properly what is behind that. If we are properly committed with the human right, human people-centered right, if we won't put people at the center, that should be the aim of the understanding. Given people agency and also implement transparency rules, explainability rules, not only when the problem happened, but from the very beginning, to make clear diagnosis, to understand, or to properly explain why you are adopting this kind of methodology or technology. And it will be getting worse because smart cities is a reality. In the context that I came and that I explained, these 56% of people using internet in 2017, which means 44 people that not use internet. We, in Latin America, we are talking about smart cities. In fact, the ITU is pushing a strong agenda there on smart cities. So we have this paradox, you know. So I think that these kind of, we have to talk all the time and do not get tired of talking about this and making the points, because like we all mark, we all represent different interests, that's true, but we have to find the commonalities from in the diversity, you know, and keep on pushing that. I'm not sure if I answer your question.
If you don't mind, I'd like to add something to what you said about the security risks of IoT, because I completely agree with you. There are so many of those traditional risks, especially when it comes to the data that's being collected. But especially one thing we're seeing with smart city devices is that the users or the people who are interacting with these devices often don't realize that they have interacted with them because they're so ingrained in traditional, dumb applications like in streetlights or sensors in the sidewalks and things like that. And there are some real community benefits from those things, but there's also a huge risk that if that data were to be leaked, consumers would have no idea that they were included in any sort of risk. And so one thing we found that will be very important moving forward is the consumer education applications, whether it's putting up a sign or doing some sort of media campaign, but starting with the very basic point that these devices actually exist in your community is huge.
I think if there's any more questions, maybe we take one more, and then I'm going to let the panelists have something to say. Any other questions from the floor? Sir?
Thank you. Most of what you've been talking about is really interesting. If I take it from a government perspective, sort of gives great entry points for governments to think about well-being and improve the conditions. If I look at it from the individual's point of view, I found less hints as to what can I do myself to improve well-being in the digital era. Is there anything you're thinking about in this direction?
Thanks a lot for that. Is there anyone on the panel who wants to take a stab at that? Makata?
Well, again, that's a very good point, and I would like to point the security guidelines from the OECD recently renewed in 2014, if I remember correctly. So the topics for the business players, the biggest one is the multi-stakeholderism. And that says that the individuals are equally responsible for the cybersecurity. Okay, so before that, the service providers for the business or government or the critical infrastructure operators, they are solely responsible for the cybersecurity. But it has changed. So we also, of course, we have to take care of the education or the awareness development of the cybersecurity. But we can't do further. We can't improve further the cybersecurity aspect without the collaboration from the individuals, as you said. So this is a tremendous change from the government top-down approach to the bottom-up approach. So maybe some similar things we can see from all of the well-being discussion. Thank you.
So I'm going to give our great panel one more intervention, if they would so wish. Monica, you'd like to start off?
Thank you very much. I will try to comment on the discussion. One point is I believe it's important to think of the non-competition among different aspects of well-being in digitalization. I have devoted most of my career to access to ICTs. But however, the discussion of access before quality of digitalization, I think we should rethink that. And we do that a lot in developing countries. Because for one thing, impacts are for everyone and not just the connected. Impacts on skills, impacts on the job market, that affects everyone, connected or not. So we need to think on both sides, access and the quality of digitalization at the same time. The other point is the quality of digitalization is also key to digital inclusion, because it was talked about in the panel, this pushback because of security or privacy risks. So it actually affects access and digital inclusion. And a third related point is people are increasingly object of digitalization without even knowing it. And this was also mentioned in the context of, for example, smart cities. So there is, facial recognition technologies, and you're just walking there, and you're a subject of this or rather an object of this digitalization. So we need to rethink the discussion on access. And lastly, on the risks of smart cities, I see in the discussions of smart cities a risk that the model of cities in developed countries are applied to developing country cities many times, and they are not necessarily applicable. And I think that's a big risk, because buying technology doesn't always lead to adding to development. And I think there's, in smart cities, especially in developing countries, we should always think of the public service driving the digital policy and not the technology. When we don't have the same processes in place in public services and we add a layer of technology, we don't get the same result in developing countries that what you can get in more orderly cities in terms of their processes of the delivery of public services. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Monica. Is there anyone else on the panel? Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Molly. I just wanted to refer to two of the questions that were proposed for debate for us. We didn't have time to discuss that. One of them is the digital divides, and the other one is the aspects that are not quantified. I think from a perspective of developing countries, this digital divide issues is hugely important. As I mentioned before, it has to do with disparities. And within the country and between countries, and it's very difficult to deal with in terms of policy solutions because basically the range of dimensions of digital divide, they are not excluded, and on the contrary, they tend to accumulate. So if you are in a developing country and you are a poor person living in an urban area, access to ICTs is probably more difficult than if you have money. But if you are a poor person living in a rural area in a developing country, it's even more difficult. And then if you are a poor person in a rural area and it happens that you are an old person, even more complex. And if you are a woman, probably it's even more complex. And if you are from an indigenous descent, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it goes on and on and on. It's very difficult to deal with that. And then what is the solution? Of course, policies, public policies, education, qualification, trying to get more women, for instance, in the ICT sector. In the case of Brazil, we only have 20% of people working in the ICT sector that are women. But on the other hand, and then going back to this issue of quantifying, one of the problems that we face in Brazil, but I think in other countries as well, is the lack of data that is disaggregated by gender. This is a huge problem because we do have surveys, etc., but not always the data is disaggregated by gender, for instance, or by race. And so it makes more difficult to pinpoint specific problems and to figure out specific policy solutions for those problems. We have faced these difficulties in establishing our strategy. So I think this experience it was very important for us because not only we tried to figure out solutions, but basically what we did as we elaborated the policy was to really have a very clear view of the very different problems and the complexity of those problems. So now we have a very clear picture of the situation in our country. So I think it's some of the things I wanted to mention.
Can I thank you, Carlos, very much for this point. May I simply mention that the first follow-up to our report will actually consist in disaggregating those well-being indicators, digital indicators by gender. This will be, I think, be released in March for the Genders Day.
May I? Thank you. I'd like to come back to the question of what are our tools for measuring these developments and how things change. And obviously, the OECD already benefits by a lot of surveys. You go around and ask people many questions. But I think there's a new set of tools which are very valuable for getting more considered decisions and getting people to face up to the trade-offs and these opportunities versus risks. And these are the tools of deliberative democracy, which we are beginning to see more of now. And I do feel that these can play an immensely valuable part, not just in helping policymakers to understand what a social balance might be for these trade-offs, but also helping to build the trust, which our colleague here has so rightly referred to, its trust in society. And if people can feel that their views are being taken into account, that must be positive.
Yeah, I would add some aspect that maybe it complicates a bit this perspective, but we also see from our work that it could have an impact on this well-being aim that we are trying to point here, which is about surveillance. Nowadays, I won't say every country, but most countries are using surveillance technologies with a proper aim of pursue crime, but we also know, and we have this with information, that sometimes that surveillance is like diminishing the free expression of people online, and that also have an impact on the civic engagement and the possibility of make stronger states and civil participation. So that is something that is happening, and we have to be aware of that. Thank you.
Well, I should be very brief, and we have talked about the trust and many things, and I would like to add by design, trust by design, or a well-being by design. That's the work of the OECD and all governments, and also the multi-stakeholder. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with everything that you all have said, and I'm glad that you mentioned the trust by design, and that comes with so many different pieces, and I think it applies in so many different ways too. It's, in my mind, not just the devices that we use, but every different platform we use online as well should be secure, private, and trustworthy by design. But I'm also really glad we brought the conversation back to access again, and especially you mentioned Indigenous communities. That's a group of people that have so often been forgotten in every possible sector. So including them in this space is hugely important. And it's not just making sure that, you know, outsider looking in, we help them get online, but really consulting these communities and asking them, you know, do you want this technology, first of all, because it's your right to say no. And then if you do want it, how can we help you? Like, as a community, what do you want to do? What role do you want to play in your own connectivity? Do you want to own these networks? Do you want to, you know, own some sort of portal? What is it? But I'm really, really glad to hear that you mentioned that, because I think it has to be the next big focus for us as a community.
So thanks so much. I'm not going to wrap up. We're already a little bit over time, but just to say thank you very much to you in the audience. I think you, and as well as to our really distinguished panel. I think you've given us all a lot of food for thought. I think Fabrice's main message that skills are the key to sort of unlocking the positives of digital transformation has been well verified. I think we've also gotten a little bit of homework on our side as we continue to develop the Going Digital work on well-being from the policy side. So thank you very much to the panel, and thanks to you. If you join me in giving a round of applause to Jen. Thanks very much.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the workshop number 98, Who's in Charge? Accountability for Algorithms on Platforms. My name is Gonzalo López Barajas. I work for Telefónica, so I'm a business representative. Let me first introduce the panelists who will be conducting this session. Here on my left, I have Fanny Hidvegi. She's Access Now European Policy Manager based in Brussels, and she has a long-time focus in privacy, where she has worked before on the EU-US data transfer. She has participated in the fight against the national data retention law in Hungary, and has promoted privacy-enhancing technologies. Now she also has a strong focus on artificial intelligence, so that's the reason why she's sharing this session with us. Now to my right, I have Philip Malloch. He's Vice President, Head of Group Public Affairs at Telia Company. He's also Chairman of the Executive Board of ETNO, the European Telecom Networks Operators Association, who has more than 40 members and is based in Brussels and represents basically all telecom operators in Europe. We also have two panelists which actually are joining us a little bit later, since they are coming from a different panel that is not ended yet, but they will join us in brief. They are Lorena Jaume Palasi. She is founder of NGO Algorithm Watch, and has also now started a project named Ethical Tech Society. She has just participated on the opening session, on the opening panel on emerging technologies just early this morning. So where she had also a great contribution on around ethics of algorithms. And finally, we also have Karen Rayleigh, who is the Managing Director of Tungsten Labs, building communication technology with privacy by design. Previously, she managed bare metal and cloud infrastructure in the private sector, and work on information security and censorship synchronization for NGOs. Now, Christina Olausson, who has been coordinating this workshop, will go through the details and explain you how we are going to be working on this workshop 98. Please, Lorena.
Great, thank you, Gonzalo. So, hi everyone, I'm Christina from ETNO, one of the organizers of this session. Thank you everyone for coming here today. So, the setup is a bit different than a normal panel session. We would like to get you to interact more with the speakers and also up moving. So what we will do is we will divide the audience, you, in two groups. One will be on this side, so we'll have to ask you to maybe get up from your seats and move a bit closer to the speakers so you can all hear each other. And the other group will be on this side. So I would say we can split somewhere here in the middle, and please feel free to get up and go to one of the corners so you can hear what the speakers say and you can interact with them. I hope that's fine for everyone. We will do that now for half an hour. Then we're going to come back and the speakers will bring back the messages from your discussions here to the floor in a discussion with Gonzalo, our moderator, for 20 minutes. So, and I'm here if you have any questions, but for now, please go to the two sides of the room and we can start the breakout sessions. Thank you. Fanny is now on the left side and on the other, so please join them and come closer, because otherwise it will be hard to have a discussion.
For those joining now, we are having two groups to do a discussion, so please come here to this side or to the other side to join the different conversations. Come, well, you can stay here on this side. Sorry? No, they are the same discussion. Well, it will not be the same. We would like not to be the same discussion, but I mean, they are addressing the same topics, the same questions, so it will depend on the different groups, but yes, it's the same discussions. Hello. We have time for one more question, intervention at each group, and then after that we all reconvene and to have the joint session. Hello. Once that you finish this intervention, please, we can all come together here where the speakers will have present a brief summary on what their discussion has been about, and then we will have chance to... Well, okay, one more minute. So, thanks a lot for your contribution to the breakouts. So now we'll give a minute for the speakers to organize what they are representing us as the results of the summary of the different breakouts. In the meantime, if you could come a little bit closer, or if you might want to move so that we can have a lively debate afterwards. So basically now we will have the speakers doing a brief summary, 5 minutes, presenting what was the discussion in their groups. And afterwards, we will have a lively debate among all of us to see how can we move this forward and what are the main messages. And of course, those that have not been able to participate will have the chance to participate and so that we can have a more interactive session. So we also have the online moderator. So we will be bringing questions from WebEx, from online participants as well, and we will just give 1 more minute for the speakers to organize their summary, and then we will move forward. So, since Philip had an easier job because he was, well, maybe more difficult, but he has not to agree with other one on his intervention, we will let him first to give a brief summary on the discussion on his breakout session, and then we will go with the other group. So, Philip, when you are ready.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much. We had a very lively discussion over on our side of the table there. We broke the topic down into its 3 respective areas, which came through in the questions. So we had an important opening session on kind of breaking down the problem. So what we're actually trying to address here when it comes to the issue. So we firstly got to the point of the question here is, for example, how can we make this human-to-human process that is the creation of algorithms and the utilization of algorithms something that's really understandable for all those people involved. We also touched a little bit about on how can we reconcile transparency with people's intellectual property rights as well in the commercial space as we go forward. There's also an important discussion which was very active, which I think crossed over all the discussions here, which is about, it's very actor dependent in many instances. So what would be the role if the actor was, say, a government actor? What is the role of a private sector actor and others? And one notion we kept coming back to as well, time and time again, was this notion of purpose. So in terms of what is being done, and also who is doing the algorithms, for example, what's the purpose for that the initiation of the process to utilize an algorithm, for example. I think we came back on the transparency point as well. There was a very good point raised on how do we really work with the level of abstraction here. If you're incredibly transparent, do you get to a point where for the average citizen it becomes a completely non-understandable topic area? Yeah, if you go too far the other way and you're too vague, does it necessarily have the given impact that it's meant to do? But having said that, we kind of got to the point that some disclosure is better than nothing, and we really need to start somewhere. There was a very, very interesting discussion which was raised by a few speakers here, and we kind of extrapolated on a little bit, where we talked about the potential of some kind of moratorium. So given the purpose of what you would potentially utilize AI for an algorithm, is there value in putting a moratorium on, say, war situations, weapons, or other situations where there's probably a relatively undeniable strong human element to the necessity of a decision? But we're not starting from a blank slate either. I think everybody recognized that we do have existing principles from the UN guiding principles on human rights, and how are we going to then kind of extrapolate those out when it comes to a future on AI and algorithms and others. We also touch on the topic here really that the court system could well be the system which is best placed to act as an arbiter as we move forward on a case-by-case basis. And also the overall idea here that there isn't a huge amount of value in rushing to creating very prescriptive pieces of legislation, although there was some debate whether the interplay between concentration in markets and self-regulation lended itself to be a credible tool going forward. And so this is where we saw the discussion about how businesses and also the competition elements come into play here. There's also a big question on jurisdiction, both geographical jurisdiction and institutional jurisdiction, if you do choose to move forward here. So how and in what fora and on what terms would you move to regulate in this area of AI and algorithms? We heard that the European Commission, for example, has already kickstarted some work in this area. The European Union, of course, already has a quite significant tranches of legislation when it comes to everything from telecom regulation to data privacy, data protection legislation already, and is that a kind of formula going forward? Other fora mentioned is the G7, for example, a correct place to have these kinds of discussions? I mean, I think I'd sum it up generally that one notion that kept coming back onto the table was that trust really is a parameter which all actors need to value and will value, whether that's from a commercial perspective or whether that's from a government perspective or whether that's from the perspective of those creating AI and algorithms. But that's not to say that there's a free license. There needs to be some level of oversight and how we get to that. I think some people were quite clear that they prefer a process of iteration, that we confront challenges as they emerge. But this is not something to say that problems aren't very real, and problems can be very, very strong when it comes to algorithms making errors, and otherwise some examples of self-driving cars certainly doing that. So I'd probably leave it there as a summary. I'm sure there's about 50 points I missed, but I'm sure everybody will be willing to put their hands up when the time comes for a discussion.
Thank you, Philip. Now, so we can turn, I don't know who will be providing the summary.
All three of us.
Okay, so I don't know, Lorena, can you go? You want to go first?
Yes. We started with the idea of explainability and what does it mean. And it seems that we have like different ideas of what explainability could be. So some participants were thinking about data, just understanding what type of data is being used is good enough as an explanation. There was also a conversation about, well, perhaps you might also want to know the parameters and how they are being weighed in, although that has a, of course, a specific impact if you do that on a public level, if the explanation is meant to be an explanation for everyone, because of course this means that you can game the system, that you can learn different alternatives, how to fool the algorithms. The discussion continued further with, and I think we didn't reach a common agreement on that, but one of the many aspects that were mentioned as an explanation are things that are less concentrated on data and the system, but more on the output of the system. So does this system discriminate for which reasons? What are the reasons for discrimination or for classification? Which has a more slightly social approach to the explanation of an algorithm, and it's more concentrated on the social impact of algorithms. And the conversation went back and forth on that, and I think this is a pretty good example to show that explainability is still one of the most discussed things that we need to understand, not only with regards of what is an explanation, but also with regards of the addressee. To whom are we giving an explanation, and for which purpose is this explanation being given? And with that, I will pass over to Karen that can put more insights into.
Yeah, we also talked about understanding the impact of the output of especially large data sets where you may not gather sensitive data, but you can infer things that become sensitive data with a large enough data set. And so explainability should also encompass what do you end up with at the end. And this is something that not even the engineers maybe understand at the outset, but the impacts can be wide-reaching, and they can be severe, especially if you bring in intersections of health, race, gender, economic status. There are real-world harms that have already been done as a result of data collected for seemingly innocuous purposes like targeted advertising.
And finally, I will report back a little bit about on the General Data Protection Regulation, which unsurprisingly came up in the conversation. But let me start with thanking for all the participants to be open to address the challenges of the setup of the room, and I think we had a quite good conversation despite that. So it came up a lot how data protection regulation is adequate or not to address some of these issues, and we discussed the specificities of the relatively new EU data protection regulation, which you might be familiar with. And there's not a lot of differences between the former directive and the GDPR, except for the really, really huge fines and the whole enforcement piece. But there's one big difference, and that's actually related to explainability and redress against automated decisions. And it will pose a lot of challenges when we look at the impact of artificial intelligence and algorithms on human rights, because the redress mechanism, which is to object to the decision, is arguably only accessible when the decision was fully automated. And we had a conversation about how rare that is, that it's actually fully automated. And that has also an explainability limitation, I would say. So that was one aspect. And finally, the other one was what's the difference between the personal data and the identifiable data itself, what the law protects, and insights and conclusions that companies or the private sector, anyone, can draw from that data set, which might not be protected by the law, and how in the future this could be a challenge for data protection authorities to have proper enforcement mechanisms.
Okay, so this is a kind of experiment. We see that we have some diverging approaches on the different groups, but so let's try to focus the debate, for example, on explainability and transparency, which are issues that have been addressed by both groups. On the one side, we had, for example, if we wanted to have all the information that was used to come out with the results. I recently read that in a university, they did a case to basically explain the results of the works that were graded by different individuals. So they did use an algorithm to solve the bias of the different persons grading their works. And basically, at the end, they came out that when they were giving full transparency on how this was implemented, basically some of the students that did not get the grade that they wanted, they did not really appreciate the transparency of the process. So I don't know. What the question here is, one of the issues that we were addressing is who is the transparency, who is the explainability going to be addressed to, who is that going to respond, and are we ready to deal with the reasons or to deal with the response on why the algorithm has come up with that result? Any views on this?
Well, I think that it's important to differentiate between transparency and explainability, because an explanation, it's a different thing. An explanation is reconstruction. It's always a justification. Whereas transparency it does not try to justify anything. And of course, both when it comes to transparency and both to it comes to explanation, it's always a subjective point. Who is giving transparency to what? Which factors are being used to provide transparency? To whom? Transparency to a developer is nothing, it's a different story than transparency to a policymaker. It's a different story to transparency to a user. And it always depends on the purpose of transparency. So you want to have an insight on what specific factor of the technology. And of course, you're right, there's this ambivalence in the technology. All things AI, all things machine learning are very good at pattern recognition. So of course, when we human beings discriminate, we leave a pattern in our behavior. And you can, with that technology, you can have a better insight on the ways human beings discriminate. So there are two dimensions to this technology. On the one side, you can amplify your own bias by coding and by using data in such a way that without noticing, you are using a technology to discriminate. But on the other side, you can use that technology to learn more about the human nature and how human beings discriminate to each other. And this technology might be very helpful to show you in how subtle the way is in which we human beings are biased without noticing, even without wanting. That is, by the way, a good potential of this type of technology. From a monitoring perspective, having algorithms that look at things from an architectonical point of view and look how institutions behave towards different types of gender, different types of culture, ethnicity, religious believings and all this stuff, that can give a lot of insight how the public administration is going forward when it comes to people that want to access to social security or access to specific services. And the same goes for the private sector. So I think it's important that we address that there's that ambivalence, that on the one side, sorry, just to recapitulate, I think we human beings, because we are doing that technology, are just showing that we can create bias and discrimination on many different levels. And that might show in the technology, but that technology might help us understand back how we can learn from ourselves and be more consistent and less discriminative.
Funny.
Yeah, and there's one component we haven't really talked about, which should be the basis of the transparency requirement, especially in the public sector use. We didn't talk about transparency around contracting and public procurement and just the most basic requirements to disclose by governments when they use an AI system and what companies they contracted for and how that was developed and who manages it. For instance, there's one example which is really, really not well known, but the Hungarian government, maybe 6-7 years ago, started a pilot project in Budapest, in the capital city, in one district which is known to be populated by a lot of Roma residents, and they started a facial recognition pilot project there. And they put the whole project under the operations of the National Security Service to avoid any transparency and access to information laws and requirements that they would have to disclose. So nobody knows what's going on and what they use the information for, but we have evidence that there's a discriminatory fining and sentencing practice on the basis of the perception of someone being a Roma person in Hungary.
I would say the issue of transparency, you can have fully open source code, You can have access to all the academic papers that led to the algorithm. On a technical basis, everything can be 100% free and open. But the more important data to assess the impact will come from the communities that are impacted by discrimination in AI. A community that is disproportionately affected by predictive policing, the people in those communities know what discrimination looks like. And they should be believed when they say, this is discrimination. And the bad part where they say, okay, this contract is secret for national security purposes or something like that, and we can't show you the algorithms, we can't show you any of these things. You don't even have to get into that. Just believe people when they say bad things are happening as a result of this technology.
So it seems that we have two different approaches that was commented previously on that group. One is related to the role of governments regarding transparency, and also it was commented that maybe business had a different role or different responsibility. And is that because of the impact that they have on the society of what they are doing? Is that, how could that be implemented? And also, it was mentioned before intellectual property, so that it could not be provided full transparency of the algorithms because businesses, for businesses, there was an intellectual property associated with the algorithm. So is the role of governments and businesses the same regarding transparency? And what has intellectual property to do with it?
Just a quick comment before. I would not underplay the role of private sector in human rights violations and the impact on our life. So I'm not sure I would differentiate between the responsibilities in that sense. But of course, there's an existing human rights framework globally and regionally that's applicable to state actors, but there's also the UN Guiding Principle, which is applicable to the private sector. So the respect and the protection and promotion of human rights, in my view, should be equally applicable to all actors.
I think it's important from a legal perspective to make a difference between private sector and public sector, right? And because of a good democratic reason for that. That's right. But of course, when we talk about accountability, accountability is in many cultures not a legal concept. It's an economic, it's a private sector concept, by the way. And there's a huge difference between what the US means legally when they talk about accountability and what is meant in Europe when we talk about accountability. There's the very first time we've ever enshrined this concept in law is with the GDPR, and it's a problematic concept because from an ethical perspective, accountability makes a lot of sense. But from a legal perspective, making sure that proving that you have not done something wrong in advance is a weird way to proceed legally. So I think we need to separate, to be clear when we talk about accountability, whether we are talking about it from an ethical perspective or from a legal perspective, and be also clear that accountability means in many different legal cultures different things. Now, going back to the concept from an ethical perspective, I think that it depends very much on the context, that you cannot say as a general rule, company have less stakes, less higher stakes than governments. If we take a look at Facebook and how Facebook operated in Myanmar and Bangladesh with the Rohingya, it was a very problematic situation where a company was helping government to operate in such a way that we had a genocide. And it's not, I wouldn't say that it's an easy situation to decide, because if you're a company there operating in a country that is an autocracy, and you need to decide, do I keep providing the system? Do I need to abide by the law of the country? Or if I do not, by which law do I abide? Or which type of ethics do I abide? And how do I operate in such a way that is both legal but also legitimate? It's not an easy issue, and I wouldn't say that companies are per se devils that only want profit. That's not true, and I don't believe that. I see a lot of companies that have lots of engineers and people working there that want to just shape and operate with the future. But I think that it's important to have an ethical conversation about that. I think that when we talk about with companies about what do we mean with accountability, but also what do we want from you as a company to be accountable for, companies are still thinking that they want to have the ethical feedback from society, and that's good, that's important. But a company should also create their own ethical profiles, their own virtue ethics, and say, we're a company that has decided to have this specific ethical profile. This is our understanding from ethics. And they also have to come up to this conversation, because ethics is a whole societal conversation. And it's not only civil society that should be having the conversation, but also the companies within there. And this also means to show your inner virtues as a company, or show your inner ethical principles. And I think I haven't seen many companies saying that. I see many companies that say, oh, we do this partnership with Facebook and Google and so on, and pledge to follow the human rights. But that is a simple commitment. That is not an explanation of who you are as a company and what are the values you stand for.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point, and I think hopefully it shows the commitment of private sector and business that we put forward this topic to be discussed today and arrange these types of debates around this topic. So it's equally a pressing topic, and I agree that a multi-stakeholder environment of these debates is absolutely pressing for both business and all stakeholders. I just point to a couple of examples of ETNO members who've published publicly their own take on some of these ethical standards. So Telefonica to my left, I know, very recently published their guidelines or principles towards AI as well. Another ETNO member, Deutsche Telekom, published last week, for example, a document which is now open for public scrutiny. So I think that you probably will find, I mean, the European Commission, for example, who's gathered its expert group on AI, also, I think, involves a rather broad cross-section of both stakeholders from civil society, government, business, and otherwise. So I think there is work going on there. Is it perfect? Probably not. Is it work in progress? Absolutely.
Just to build on that, because I'm part of that expert group for the European Commission, just to be clear, it's around 6-7% civil society, more than 60 business, and the rest is academia. So it's definitely not a proportionate representation of stakeholders. And I agree that there's a role for ethics frameworks, and I'm not questioning that, but I think we have to be very careful, because there's also a tendency to develop these principles to avoid compliance. And there are existing human rights frameworks that should and can be applied in the first place. And then on top of that, there can and should come the ethics and principles. And just one example for that, Google published its AI principles, and it has an interesting section on red lines when AI should not be developed and deployed. And one human rights implication they mention is it's a red line when the intention is to harm human rights. But they don't mention that should be a red line when the impact is violating human rights. I think there's
an intervention.
Thank you. My name is Charlotte Altenhöhner from the Council of Europe. I wanted to just point in this context to an initiative at the Council of Europe to develop, through work in an interdisciplinary expert committee, which is government, private companies, and civil society, independent experts really, to develop recommendations to member states on how to address the human rights impacts from the deployment of algorithmic systems, and to do that through two different lines of work really. One is to make very clear what the obligations of member states are. What do they need to demand, and what do they need to ensure in order to comply with their own human rights obligations when it comes to safety and security from algorithmic systems, when it comes to data quality, when it comes to transparency and contestability. also when it comes to effective remedies. And then at the same time also to make very clear what standards private companies and private actors engaged in the design, deployment, development of algorithmic systems, what they should do. And the purpose very much is to go beyond ethics. Ethics are wonderful and ethics are important to promote trust. But maybe at this point we do not just need trust, we also need trustworthiness. We need people to actually be able to rely. We need possibly more auditability, more clear standards in terms of also for companies so that they understand what they should do and what also through what type of innovation can be incentivized to address inequality in a way such as Lorena mentioned, rather than reinforcing inequality, etc. So this is an initiative that is ongoing. It's a longer term activity, and we are hoping to adopt recommendations in early 2020, I'm afraid. So we're working on this now. We will have public consultations over the summer. We want this to be a very open process. And we will then have politically binding, at least, standards for member states and for companies. Thank you.
We could try to see if there is any intervention from online participation, or no? Okay. So since ethics is not enough and maybe recommendations are needed, maybe this goes to another section about regulation. So is regulation needed? You talk about regulation on two sides. Here you mentioned GDPR, here you mentioned competition law. I don't know if maybe you could elaborate more on how this regulation could be applied to the algorithms, or what you're referring exactly?
I'll do my best, but I'd encourage people who were part of our discussion who are far more qualified than I am to intervene at this point. I think the point we got to was that you know, ultimately responsibility is responsibility, and the choice of technology you use to fulfill an action, be that through AI or others, there is still a human element to the initiation of a process. And so I think that leads to some level of accountability, hopefully. One thing I would personally point to on regulation, and we have many people from the Brussels Fora here from discussions. The only issue you have with regulation is it tends to be painfully slow. And that's why I enjoyed one of the points made here about working in an iterative way if we can. And so I think there's some value in exploring, as much as this technology is going to revolutionize society around us, hopefully it gives us a little bit of a free rein and a scope to try and interpret ways in which to manage a policy process that's probably slightly more innovative than the one we've had for a very long time. What that looks like in its entirety, I'm not exactly sure, but hopefully we can think a little bit more laterally, and so we don't kind of stamp on a nascent technology too early.
Yeah. First, I just wanted to say that I think it's sometimes painfully slow and sometimes it's painfully fast. For instance, the European Commission right now is considering a law on terrorist content regulation, and that's going to be passed before the elections because there's a political impetus to pass it. And whenever they don't want, then it's of course it's painfully slow. But on regulation, I already talked about this report to this part of the room, but I wanted to mention that Access now just published a comparative report on all the EU member states' proposals and strategies that are already publicly available, and some of the regulatory ones from regional bodies. And one interesting overarching theme in all of them is that it's too soon to regulate AI as a whole. At the same time, all of them acknowledge that we have existing legislative frameworks that are applicable to artificial intelligence. And the very interesting thing is when we mentioned this to the European Commission that we're doing this scoping and mapping exercise, they got extremely excited because they don't have that overview what all the member states are doing, which I think is quite interesting. And what Access Now is arguing for is a human rights-based approach instead of an ethics-based approach for all the member states. And we understand that there might not be a need for an EI regulation on the European level, but there's definitely a need for a harmonized approach to do it, to avoid a patchwork of regulations and different types of exceptions and rules and sandboxing. And I would be really curious to hear where Spain is at in the process.
Just one super quick point, which I think maybe fits into this conversation. It seems like we've jumped down a very European path, which I think is often the case we do in general. One of the points really raised in this discussion is how do you create some kind of global international context and comparability across the board there, and which fora do you choose for that, essentially? Is it this fora, is it some other G7 or whatever? So what does that look like to make sure it isn't a kind of global patchwork?
I'm a bit always concerned about the concept of harmonization because it sounds so good, harmonization. But in the very end, what we have is some sort of legal text that is common to, and it's always like minimal common denominator. It's not the maximum that you get. It's always the minimal common denominator in the first place. But on the second, that you have a legal text does not imply that you're going to have the same legal interpretation of the text. And we see that already within the European Union with 27 memberships and very different interpretations from Spain to going over Germany until Hungary. That's the first thing. So I'm sort of a bit cautious because sometimes I think it's good and it's important to acknowledge the legal culture and the political expectations of the specific legal culture all around the world. And one of the things that we never discuss. We discuss always the US hegemony over the export of technology, but we're not discussing the European Union hegemony over legal exports. We are exporting and enshrining our law to other regions of the world that are very interested in having commercial exchange and therefore are bending their own legal cultures and tradition to just have adequacy in order to be able to cooperate economically with the European Union. And that is not right either. So I'm concerned about this type of approaches. I like the approach of the Council of Europe because it's open to many other countries from other continents, and it's a possibility to enter a conversation, and it gives you, but still, it always gives you a minimal common denominator, and I think it's good to have variety of law, to have just a form to accommodate the different cultural expectations about law. But what I think, I would totally agree with Access Now, is that right now there's many issues with this technology which we don't know exactly what the real conflicts are. We don't know how far this technology is creating path dependency in human behavior. We don't know that. We don't know much about the factors in technology that lead human beings to believe in the software or not believe. We don't know under which circumstances specific forms of discrimination are happening. And in many legal cultures, which are very individualistic, because from the law dogmatic point of view, democracies are really individualistic. They only understand individuals. They go by individual rights approach. They are having legal struggles that they are addressing, in my opinion, wrongly. Why? Because this technology is not about individuals. This technology is about collectives. It's about creating infrastructure. And with that, we are seeing already many effects on a collective level, where we see that the specific types of collectives are being treated differently than other collectives, but no individual harm. So there is no way to redress that. And there's no way to prove on an individual level and to sense in an individual level that there is a specific impact on individual's life that is not legitimate. So this type of challenges are one of the things where democracies from the Western countries can learn a lot about countries from other regions that are less individualistic and have a more societal approach, more collective approach to society. And this is one of the things that I would like to see addressed in this type of fora, where we learn from others, where we Westerners learn from other societies what is their take on how do they apply these technologies, what is their fairness idea at that collectivistic level, what is their collective rights approach. There's been a whole conversation on collective rights coming from the Global South, being always addressed at the UN level. At the UN level has always been very cautious on trying to address that issue because we thought that with human rights it's enough. But this technology is showing that no, it's not enough.
Okay, so we have time for a final intervention from all the speakers, so you can make it brief. So we could have Fanny, for example, Karen, please.
So whatever regulations come into play, and this has been touched on by the other speakers, the things I would like to see are consultations from the people affected. If you are making medical technologies, if you're doing medical research on a given population, people with a specific disorder, you should ask them where they can be discriminated against. How has data collected about them being used in the past, currently, because there may be some ongoing harms. If you're using a system such as Centrelink in Australia, the robo-debt, there are already systems that are being used to deny benefits to single parents, to people with disabilities, and they have resulted in people going without insulin and dying. They've resulted in suicides because of people losing benefits. Then in that case, the regulation should be swift. The program should be stopped. Once people start dying, the program should be stopped. That should be regulated somehow. And when it comes to people from other countries, the fact that Silicon Valley companies like Facebook are debating, should we hold ourselves accountable for facilitating genocides, should tell us all that Silicon Valley should not be the arbiter of social good with technology. They failed. They need to step back and listen. And so whatever regulations come into play, one founding principle should be nothing about us without us. The people making decisions about technology, the people coding the technology, should look like and think like the people being affected.
I would make two final conclusions. One of them is absolutely not new, but we almost had no technology experts in the room, at least ours, and it's really not a new demand to have lawyers, policymakers, affected communities, and tech people in the same room, but I think that this specific conversation really needs them to be involved. That's one. The second is to connect to what you just said. I think lots of the tech companies are complaining now that all the policymakers and lawmakers are looking at them to solve all the issues, but for the last 10 years or even more, they've been feeding that line to all these lawmakers that technology will solve it all. So now we see how the failures happened, and I think we need to act swiftly to stop those failures and violations. And finally, even if it's not enough as a starting point, at the moment for AI, it would already be a really huge gain if we had a basic understanding of human rights-based approach for AI, that it must be respected and this should not be a question for any stakeholders.
Yeah, I'm not going to discuss the where's and what falls and moralistic values of things, I don't think, because I don't think I'm as well placed as the other speakers. But I'd maybe just try and bring a note of positivity that there is also an enormous amount of opportunity that lays in this technology. There is a huge amount of potential in solving some of the big questions that are out there from a global context. If you look across the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the increasing use of technological innovation and digitalization lies as a key enabler for all the solutions put out there. It's not to undermine the fact that there is significant questions but I think it's also pertinent for us to bear in mind that the opportunities out there are also incredibly great. And if we don't embrace those opportunities, we may be doing ourselves somewhat of a disservice.
Okay, we're coming to an end. Just to wrap up, basically, we have been discussing on transparency and explainability, which are different issues. We also commented on the role of governments and businesses relating human rights, with both of them being affected and being part of the equation. Regarding regulation, we mentioned that it is too early to regulate so that we do not hamper innovation. But at the same time, we have seen that any mechanism that starts discussing the regulation or codes of ethics or has to imply and to count with the persons being affected by it. And to finalize, I would just like to end with a positive note on all the possibilities that, that artificial intelligence and algorithms are bringing us. Thank you very much for your attendance, and thank you for all the speakers.
fais un test son pour la caméra. Tu me dis, Sarah, quand c'est bon. Je te vois pas, mais il faudrait que tu me dises, Sarah, si c'est bon pour toi, pour le son, pour la caméra. Vandy, est-ce que c'est bon pour toi ou pas? On continue? Je continue ou pas, Vandy? Je te vois pas. Hein. Est-ce que c'est bon? Oui? Ok, ça marche.
C'est bon? Ladies and gentlemen, please can you be seated because the ceremony is about to start. S'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs, est-ce que vous pouvez vous installer? Les officiels vont arriver et la cérémonie va bientôt commencer. Je vous remercie.
Okay. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please be seated? Ladies and gentlemen, can we please be seated? We're about to start. Thank you very much. Well, thank you.
Mais pour les francophones, ça voulait dire merci de vous installer, car la cérémonie va commencer incessamment. Merci.
Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Monsieur le Président de la République française, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un très grand plaisir, et il y a, je crois, beaucoup de sens à vous accueillir aujourd'hui à l'UNESCO pour ce forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet. Je voudrais remercier le Secrétaire général et le Président de la République française pour leur présence aujourd'hui, qui montre à la fois leur engagement sur les questions qui sont les questions de notre présent et de notre futur, et aussi un engagement fort pour le multilatéralisme, qui a été le sens des derniers événements organisés par la France à Paris, et notamment du Forum pour la paix qui s'est ouvert hier. Parce que les défis du monde en train d'advenir, profondément bouleversé par la révolution du numérique, des données, des algorithmes, de l'intelligence artificielle, sont des défis qui ne peuvent attendre et ce sont des défis qui engagent la communauté internationale tout entière parce que nous savons qu'aucun État ne peut les résoudre seul et qu'aucun État ne peut les résoudre sans l'apport de la société civile, du secteur privé, des chercheurs, du monde scientifique. Il y a des bénéfices immenses qui peuvent être tirés de la révolution numérique pour notre agenda commun, qui est l'agenda 2030. On le voit déjà dans de nombreux domaines, et dans le domaine qui est celui de l'UNESCO, notamment de l'éducation, de la protection du patrimoine ou bien encore de la surveillance des océans, pour ne citer que. Ces bénéfices sont déjà là. Mais il y a aussi des défis sur lesquels nous devons travailler ensemble, et notamment qui touchent au mandat de l'UNESCO et aux valeurs universelles que nous devons protéger, que nous devons défendre dans ce monde du numérique qui n'est pas un autre monde, mais qui est bien notre monde. Défi d'abord d'un Internet universel, parce que la connectivité est encore très inégalement répartie. 4 personnes sur 5 ont accès à Internet dans les pays développés, mais 2 sur 5 dans les autres pays. Inégalité sociale aussi, inégalité de genre entre les hommes et les femmes, qui s'accentue dans le monde numérique plutôt qu'elle ne se résorbe. Inégalité de langue aussi, avec l'importance derrière la langue de la pensée. Défi ensuite de l'expression dans le domaine de l'espace numérique. Je pense évidemment au harcèlement en ligne, qui touche notamment les enfants à l'école et qui est là aussi un phénomène mondial. La diffusion des idéologies meurtrières, des messages de haine qui se répètent et qui s'amplifient sur les réseaux. Sur tous ces sujets, il y a urgence à penser, à agir, à encadrer et aussi à former, à éduquer. L'expression dans l'espace numérique, c'est aussi celle du monde de la création, des auteurs, des artistes, de tous ceux dont la créativité peut se déployer en ligne, mais qui doivent aussi être rémunérés pour ce travail si l'on veut que la création continue à vivre. Défi enfin de penser l'humanisme dans ces bouleversements technologiques. C'est toute la question de l'éthique qui est au cœur du mandat de l'UNESCO. Et je pense notamment au chantier de l'éthique de l'intelligence artificielle qui se pose à nous tous, qui pose la question des principes humanistes que nous voulons garder dans ce monde de demain et qui nécessite une conversation mondiale à laquelle l'UNESCO va évidemment participer, soutenir, avec l'ensemble du système des Nations Unies et avec l'ensemble de tous ceux qui veulent bien y participer, bien sûr les États membres, mais aussi, encore une fois, les anthropologues, les chercheurs, les philosophes, les artistes, qui ont beaucoup à nous dire pour cette conversation commune. Alors merci à vous, merci à tous de cette présence, merci de votre confiance. Cette maison a été créée pour abriter et nourrir la réflexion sur le monde que nous bâtissons, et je ne doute pas que ce sera encore le cas grâce à ce forum et grâce aux nombreuses occasions que nous aurons encore de nous réunir. Je vous remercie de votre attention et je vous demande d'accueillir le secrétaire général des Nations Unies.
Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous sommes réunis aujourd'hui à Paris, en France, où la créativité et le génie humain ont toujours prospéré. C'est ici même, en 1805, que le télégraphe mécanique a été utilisé pour la première fois. Et dans les années 70, le Minitel, invention française, a accompagné les débuts de l'Internet. Grâce à son datagramme, Louis Pouzin a rendu possible la commutation par paquet et par la suite l'Internet. Et c'est ici en France qu'ont été jetées plusieurs des fonctions et des fondations de l'ère numérique. Le président Macron s'inscrit dans cette riche tradition en traçant lui aussi de nouvelles voies. Et je tiens à le remercier de nous accueillir aujourd'hui et en particulier de faire se rencontrer ainsi de façon inédite l'histoire, la technologie et la philosophie. C'est en connaissant l'histoire que nous pouvons nous projeter dans l'avenir. L'heure est venue de réfléchir aux moyens de mettre les technologies et leur formidable pouvoir émancipateur au service des valeurs fondamentales de l'humanité. Le dialogue national qui s'ouvre en France aborde des questions déterminantes pour notre avenir numérique. Dans les amphithéâtres et les cafés parisiens, philosophes et écrivains réfléchissent depuis des siècles à l'impact de la technologie sur la condition humaine. Cette quête de la sagesse et de l'innovation nous amène aujourd'hui à l'UNESCO, qui a l'amabilité et la générosité de nous inviter, et dont les murs résonnent chaque jour des débats sur l'éthique, l'intelligence artificielle et la connaissance numérique. Et je vous félicite d'ailleurs de votre initiative en matière d'éthique et intelligence artificielle. C'est là, à la confluence du passé et du futur, qui s'ouvre aujourd'hui le 13e forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the IGF has made a long journey since the World Summit on the Information Society in 2005 in Tunisia. At the time, Facebook was welcoming its first followers, and the first tweet had not yet been sent. In 13 short years, the digital world has changed profoundly. New pathways of opportunity have opened. Digital solutions are transforming lives and can turbocharge our work to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. But alongside the tremendous benefits that it can bring, new issues have emerged around cybersecurity, data and artificial intelligence. We see the Internet being used as a platform for hate speech, for repression, censorship and control. We need look no further than the headlines to see how the Internet and social media can be used to divide and even radicalize people, feeding distrust, reinforcing tribalism and breeding hatred. Over time, new fora were established to discuss these and other issues, and the IGF must consider how it will adapt. Today, one of our most important questions is how do we keep the IGF relevant? The good news is that France, this year's host, and Germany, next year's host, are investing a lot of time, energy and planning into the IGF. And I'm particularly pleased to learn that the UN High-Level Panel on Digital Cooperation, which I launched in July, is working closely with the IGF. These discussions will reflect on the ways that digital cooperation can be improved. As you discuss how to enhance the relevance of the IGF, I would like to make a few suggestions that I've also proposed to the high-level panel. First, we must be more than multi-stakeholder. We must also be multidisciplinary. Cooperation among actors in the digital space has not kept pace with new technologies. Digital technologies are transversal, yet discussions are still siloed. For example, data is addressed across policy spaces from technology, economic, human rights, standardization and jurisdiction viewpoints. The more silos there are, the higher is the risk for conflicting and suboptimal policies for industries, for governments and for users. When you discuss data and artificial intelligence, you might want to invite philosophers to consider ethics. You might want to bring in anthropologists and other specialists who are not typically included in technological gatherings. When you discuss social media, you need to include political and social scientists. We need the wide range of expertise, experience and ideas to strike the right policy balances. For example, to find the right interplay between protection of privacy and security. Second, we need to create shared language and references. I ask you, as I ask the panel, to inspire new thinking and language on digital cooperation. Create shared references, propose new approaches, and look for possible ways to reframe existing problems, be them in trade, security, or human rights. We need to make sure that the most competent fora are dealing with the most consequential questions and that they can benefit from cross-cutting resources. The answers to these questions should wave stories of digital cooperation from around the world into a global narrative. Third, you will need a dedicated effort to include and amplify the weak and the missing voices. A great strength of the IGF is its multi-stakeholder approach, but I urge your digital discussions to move beyond the so-called usual suspects. Digital growth affects everyone, and traditionally unheard and marginalized voices should be more visibly involved in the IGF's work. Reach out to local communities that have many fascinating stories and insights on leveraging digital technology for business and inclusion. Get stories from people with disabilities, who are among the most creative users of digital technology. And spare no effort to bring in the voices of women who have been underrepresented, both at the design and end-use level, and subject to deep gender gaps in access to digital technologies. Actively seek out networks of the elderly, who are increasingly active users of digital and robotics technology. For youth, the digital economy is transforming the labour market, creating new jobs while simultaneously destroying old ones. How do we support a culture and education system that encourages lifelong learning? And do not forget that more than half of the world's population still does not have meaningful access to the internet. How can the IGF help to bridge this digital divide both between and within countries? I encourage you to reach out to governments, in particular from developing countries. Let us listen to their concerns and their ideas on how the IGF can be more important and productive for them. Do they suggest more discussion on internet public policy issues? Or can the IGF provide help to governments and the private sector in dealing with pressing issues on data, security and infrastructure? Lastly, and most importantly, we need to make sure that these discussions and these fora have greater impact. New technologies are transforming every aspect of our lives. Our understanding of the transformations and the disruption they cause is inadequate. Technology should empower, not overpower us. And as with past transformative inventions, we need to set policies that contain unintended consequences or malicious use. Discussions on internet governance cannot just remain discussions. Policy, and where relevant normative frameworks, must be developed to ensure impact. We cannot leave our fate in the digital era to the invisible hand of market forces. But classical forms of regulation do not apply to many of these new generation of challenges. Non-traditional, multilateral and multi-stakeholder cooperation will be crucial, including governments, the private sector, research centres and civil society. And the IGF needs to reflect on how it can have greater impact in internet governance. Over the next 3 days, I encourage you to focus especially on innovative solutions that can increase trust on the internet. There are many digital risks, but some of them could be turned into digital opportunities. You have the support of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs and from a wide community of regional and national IGFs. You also have support from your multi-stakeholder advisory group. I want to congratulate you on having full gender parity on the MAG this year and for the diverse age and geographic representation you have been able to achieve. The World Summit on the Information Society provisions that established the IGF provide us with enough space to improve current mechanisms. It is important to gather and consider the proposals that have been advanced about strengthening the IGF. In addition, discussions with the high-level panel on digital cooperation can generate new ideas. Make the most of this unique opportunity. When it comes to governance, we must be as creative, as bold as those who first built the Internet. You can count on my support in this journey towards a prosperous, safe and fair digital future. And most of all, know that you are making a difference. And I wish you a very successful Internet Governance Forum. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, cher Antonio, à la fois pour votre discours, votre accueil en ces lieux, mais aussi les paroles que vous avez prononcées hier au Forum de Paris pour la paix, où d'ailleurs ces sujets de réflexion étaient au cœur de votre intervention. Merci, Madame la Directrice générale de l'UNESCO. Monsieur le Président du Libéria, cher George Weah, merci pour votre présence parmi nous. Et Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames, Messieurs les ambassadeurs, Mesdames, Messieurs, chers amis. Je crois que c'est la première fois que je suis parmi vous officiellement comme président de la République française et que j'ai l'honneur de m'exprimer ici au sein des Nations Unies et dans le même temps en plein Paris. Alors, laissez-moi d'abord vous dire le plaisir qui est le mien d'être parmi vous à l'UNESCO, qui est un instrument unique de notre coopération multilatérale en matière de protection du patrimoine culturel, l'Agence mondiale de l'éducation et de la science, une plateforme internationale de promotion du plurilinguisme, vous l'avez rappelé, mais aussi un centre de diffusion de l'innovation et des savoirs numériques. Dans les temps que nous vivons, nous avons besoin de cette conscience des Nations Unies qu'est l'UNESCO, pour citer une auguste parole, et je crois que nous avons besoin que l'UNESCO puisse convaincre de plus en plus de pays ou de rester ou de se joindre à cette initiative. Elle me paraît indispensable. Donc je suis encore plus heureux d'être parmi vous. Et vous prouvez cette vocation de l'UNESCO en accueillant aujourd'hui cet événement et ce forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet. Cela fait 30 ans seulement qui se sont écoulés depuis la naissance du World Wide Web. Et à peine 50 ans depuis le premier message échangé entre deux ordinateurs ouvrant les prémices de l'Internet. Et aujourd'hui, en 2018, c'est la moitié de l'humanité qui est connectée. Mais ce que nous sommes en train de vivre, c'est aussi une formidable accélération de ce mouvement, et nous l'évoquions tout à l'heure ensemble avec quelques-uns d'entre vous. Les quelques dernières années ont été marquées par une accélération absolument formidable de ce mouvement. On compare souvent l'avènement d'Internet avec l'invention de l'imprimerie au milieu du XVe siècle. C'est vrai, parce que les pionniers, à l'époque, dont vous êtes aujourd'hui, ont permis une diffusion extraordinaire du savoir au plus grand nombre. Mais le bouleversement induit par Internet est à la fois plus rapide, plus vaste. L'évoquions, les 2 dernières années, c'est 90% des données que nous avons créées depuis le début de l'humanité. Donc il y a un changement d'échelle dans tous les domaines. Mais c'est en même temps, depuis quelques décennies, une transformation de la manière dont les hommes s'informent, échangent des idées, créent. C'est une transformation profonde de nos manières de produire, de consommer, de faire, de gouverner. Internet a rendu chaque existence plus intense en donnant l'impression que chaque être humain pouvait vivre 1000 vies en une. Et donc, plus qu'un changement technologique, c'est une révolution culturelle, sociale, philosophique qui s'est immiscée dans chaque strate de l'activité humaine. Et cette révolution est d'ailleurs toujours en cours. Chaque jour, la liste des évolutions s'allonge, avec l'intelligence artificielle que vous venez d'évoquer l'un et l'autre, avec l'Internet des objets et plusieurs autres encore, qui nous laissent envisager d'immenses progrès en matière de santé, de sécurité, de culture ou d'éducation. Et c'est au fond une constellation profondément nouvelle qui émerge depuis quelques années devant nous, avec des opportunités immenses, une accélération des progrès de l'humanité et des défis à chaque fois nouveaux sur les conséquences que cela emporte dans notre vie quotidienne comme dans la défense de notre espace commun. Ainsi, au moment d'ouvrir ce 13e forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet, qui s'inscrit aux côtés du Paris Peace Forum et du sommet des GovTech, je pense qu'il est important de dire combien nous vivons en effet ce moment important, ce moment de charnière. Je veux ici dire, au nom de la France et en présence du secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Antonio Guterres, que la communauté que vous formez et qui permet à Internet de fonctionner est, dans ce temps-là, pour toutes les raisons que je viens d'évoquer et que je vais développer, éminemment important. Aujourd'hui, à Paris, se tient ce qu'on a voulu appeler en bon français la Paris Digital Week, c'est-à-dire cette semaine où il y a à la fois le Forum de la paix de Paris, le sommet des GovTech et le Forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet. Et ceci s'ajoutant au rassemblement de plus de 80 de chefs d'État et de gouvernement d'une centaine de délégations pour l'armistice il y a 100 ans. Et cela montre à quel point ces sujets sont liés les uns aux autres et à quel point nous devons aujourd'hui, éminemment ensemble, y réfléchir et agir. D'abord, vous dire qu'à mes yeux, aujourd'hui, Internet est une évidence menacée. D'abord, comme auraient dit certains, Internet, ça marche, et c'est là. Et en dépit des incidents cyber qui émaillent régulièrement les bulletins d'information, nous faisons tous une confiance presque aveugle à nos outils numériques du quotidien. Et pour les plus jeunes générations, Internet est devenu une évidence absolue. Elles en oublieraient presque que cette invention ait pu un jour ne pas exister. Et vous êtes plusieurs au quotidien à améliorer chaque jour l'usage ou à en déployer l'usage partout sur nos territoires ou à travers le monde. Nos entreprises, nos administrations oublieraient aussi presque que ce réseau de réseaux auquel nous tenons tous peut parfois être menacé. Et je veux commencer la réflexion partagée, mon propos, par cela. Cette évidence, pour tout le monde ici dans cette salle, est aujourd'hui éminemment menacée. D'abord menacée dans sa structure elle-même. Parce que si le cyberespace se réduisait brutalement à un simple lieu de conflictualité, il cesserait vite d'exister comme un ensemble cohérent pour se fracturer en plaques nationales ou continentales. Et c'est un risque qui est à l'œuvre, si nous n'arrivons pas à trouver les bonnes formes de régulation, les bonnes formes d'espace collectif. Parce que les faiblesses et les failles du système ne sont à ce jour contenues que par les moyens considérables déployés par les États, les stratégies de défense face aux cyberattaques, qu'elles soient d'origine d'ailleurs étatique ou criminelle. Mais il arrivera un moment, si nous n'arrivons pas justement à assurer la stabilité, la confiance, la sécurité de ce système, où il se fracturera et où des comportements pas forcément non coopératifs, mais de sécurité de nos espaces, reverront le jour et fractureront quelque chose qui est d'abord né d'une initiative de la société civile et du privé, mais dont les implications pour le fonctionnement de nos services publics est telle qu'il amènera à une fragmentation si nous ne savons pas en assurer la sécurité. Nous l'évoquions tout à l'heure, la nature des cyberattaques que nous subissons aujourd'hui fait qu'on peut mettre à mal le fonctionnement de services de sécurité stratégiques, de la santé de tous nos concitoyens, du fonctionnement d'à peu près tous les hôpitaux des pays qui sont ici représentés. Et donc, si nous ne sommes pas à chaque instant totalement sûrs du système, eh bien, le système se fragmentera pour redessiner des espaces de certitude en son sein dans lesquels nous pouvons assurer ces services. Ensuite, le réseau est menacé dans ses contenus ainsi que dans les services qu'il procure. Parce que la liste des pathologies du net s'allonge de jour en jour. Parce que le terreau sur lequel ont germé les printemps démocratiques, les mobilisations pour le climat, pour les droits des femmes, nourrit du même engrais le développement des organisations criminelles et la propagande du terrorisme. Et aujourd'hui, soyons lucides. Nous parlons davantage de l'Internet en parlant de ces menaces que nous ne voyons des révolutions démocratiques formidables se propager par celui-ci. Il y a 10 ans, il y a eu des révolutions démocratiques extraordinaires. Et les réseaux ont été cet hyperespace de la place Tahrir et de tant d'autres lieux de mobilisation de la liberté mondiale. Aujourd'hui, quand je regarde nos démocraties, Internet est beaucoup mieux utilisé par les extrêmes, par les discours de haine ou par la propagation des contenus terroristes que par beaucoup d'autres. C'est une réalité. On doit la regarder en face. Et aujourd'hui, les interstices, d'ailleurs, nos propres faiblesses, sont utilisés beaucoup mieux que nous-mêmes par les régimes autoritaires qui utilisent ces leviers pour pénétrer dans nos démocraties, essayer de les affaiblir quand ils les ferment chez eux. Et c'est une réalité. Et c'est une réalité qui oblige aussi à différencier le discours sur l'Internet et à être lucide, volontariste mais lucide. On ne peut pas simplement dire on est les défenseurs d'une liberté absolue partout parce que les contenus sont forcément bons et les services reconnus par tous. Ça n'est plus vrai. Nos gouvernements, nos populations ne vont pas pouvoir tolérer encore longtemps les torrents de haine que déversent en ligne des auteurs protégés par un anonymat devenu problématique. Et nous sommes en cette fin d'année 2018 à un tournant. Non seulement Internet est menacé, mais Internet commence à être décrit lui-même par certains comme une menace singulièrement dans les sociétés démocratiques. Et il faut faire attention à une coagulation possible entre les discours de régimes autoritaires qui ont toujours vu Internet par essence comme une menace, parce que c'était une façon d'ouvrir nos sociétés civiles, et les anticorps démocratiques qui sont en train de voir, parce que cet espace n'est pas dûment régulé, Internet comme ce qui est utilisé dans nos démocraties par les régimes autoritaires pour le déstabiliser. Cette défiance, elle est aussi multipliée par le fait que toutes ces transitions, et vous l'avez parfaitement évoqué, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, à l'instant, ont bousculé nos sociétés et font que notre réflexion sur Internet doit aussi nous conduire à réfléchir sur les opportunités que cela permet de créer, sur les nouvelles formes d'emploi, la capacité justement à créer de l'inclusion dans nos sociétés, là où la défiance se nourrit, des exclusions dans l'accès à l'Internet, qu'il s'agisse des savoirs, des réseaux ou de celles et ceux qui restent en marge de cette avancée. Le réseau, enfin, est menacé dans ses idéaux et ses valeurs. Parce que la tentation existe, via la remise en cause du principe de neutralité du net, d'introduire un biais dans l'accessibilité des contenus par les utilisateurs. Parce que les plateformes géantes risquent de ne plus être de simples gateways ou passerelles, mais des gatekeepers ou gardes-triage, contrôlant à leur profit les données personnelles de leurs membres ou les contenus qu'elles mettent en avant. Et au fond, sur ce sujet, pour moi, nous sommes face à deux risques symétriques. L'idée que le concept de neutralité du net soit la fin de la pensée. Comme je viens de l'évoquer, la neutralité du net est un concept extrêmement important et vous avez contribué à toujours le garder parce que c'est l'idée que certains acteurs ne puissent pas capturer en quelque sorte l'accès et avec lui des éléments essentiels de survie et de déploiement du réseau. Mais la neutralité, ça n'est pas l'universalisme. Et c'est là où je veux faire ici ce distinguo, et il faut poursuivre la réflexion commune. Mais nous avons créé entre les États et les gouvernements, progressivement depuis un siècle, des principes qui sont tenus, protégés par les Nations Unies, qui est l'idée de dire qu'on a des valeurs, une hiérarchie entre ces valeurs, mais que, malgré tout, il y a des valeurs universelles qui s'imposent aux autres. La neutralité n'assure pas cela. Et ce serait faux de le dire. Parce que la neutralité du net permet aussi à des acteurs qui ne partagent aucune de nos valeurs initiales de se propager. Et de l'autre côté, le risque symétrique serait qu'au nom de la protection de certaines valeurs, on puisse fermer l'accès à Internet. Et c'est ce que permet de protéger la neutralité. Et donc il nous faut construire cet espace nouveau, c'est-à-dire un Internet libre, ouvert et sûr, auquel je crois profondément, qui permette l'accès de chacun, mais qui nous permettent aussi, dans cet espace, de faire respecter nos valeurs, qui permettent, dans cet espace, de faire respecter nos idéaux. Et je crois qu'une des erreurs que nous sommes en train de commettre, ce serait au nom de la neutralité, de céder à une forme d'indifférenciation dans les contenus. Ce serait au nom de la neutralité de renoncer à l'universalisme des valeurs que nous portons depuis le début et qui ont fait ces lieux. Et je crois que c'est une limite conceptuelle que nous n'avons pas intégrée dans notre réflexion collective à ce stade et qui a fait qu'au nom de la liberté, on a laissé avancer à visage découvert tant d'ennemis de la liberté. On les a laissés rentrer dans tous nos systèmes en faisant croire qu'ils avaient les mêmes droits que les autres, alors qu'ils foulaient aux pieds tout ce qui nous a rassemblés et tout ce qui a permis à l'Internet de se déployer. Tout ça conduit, à mes yeux, à une responsabilité croissante des acteurs et à une régulation du net. Ce sont toutes ces menaces d'aujourd'hui, mesdames, messieurs, qui motivent précisément pour cela ma présence devant vous aujourd'hui. Parce que je crois très profondément qu'il y a urgence. Urgence à ce que nous, acteurs multiples du fonctionnement de l'Internet, prenions en main ces sujets en acceptant toutes nos responsabilités à cet égard. Et c'est dans cette perspective que j'ai proposé que votre session annuelle se donne comme thème l'Internet de la confiance, avec cet objectif que nous partageons, d'ancrer fermement la confiance dans l'Internet. Confiance dans la protection de la vie privée, confiance dans la légalité et la qualité des contenus, confiance dans le réseau lui-même. Vous le savez, la France et l'Europe portent depuis plusieurs années le projet de réguler davantage les activités conduites sur le réseau. Usant ce verbe « réguler », j'entends déjà monter les murmures des approbateurs. Mais la saine défiance entretenue par les entreprises et les sociétés civiles à l'égard des gouvernements ne doit pas nous empêcher de poursuivre un intérêt commun. D'abord, je veux dire ici qu'il y a une forme d'injustice dans cette défiance. Tous les gouvernements ne se valent pas. Il y a des gouvernements démocratiques, il y a des gouvernements non démocratiques. Il y a dans certains des gouvernements de la démocratie libérale qui se déploie, il y a des démocraties illibérales et il y a des non-démocraties. Et on ne doit pas être dans la relation avec les gouvernements non plus dans une forme d'indifférenciation. Ensuite, pour les raisons que je viens d'évoquer, je crois profondément qu'il faut réguler. C'est la condition pour que vive l'Internet libre, ouvert et sûr, tel que l'ont vu ses pères fondateurs. Et la France est d'ailleurs le premier État signataire du contrat pour sauver Internet, lancé par Tim Berners-Lee pour sauver cette vision originelle. C'est aussi la condition pour que des gouvernements démocratiquement élus et respectant l'état de droit puissent protéger leur population. Et je le dis souvent, si nous ne régulons pas l'Internet, le risque, c'est de bousculer les fondements de la démocratie. Si nous ne régulons pas les relations à la donnée, les droits qu'ont nos concitoyens sur leurs propres données, l'accès, le partage de celles-ci, quel est le sens dans ces cas-là de gouvernements démocratiquement élus? Mais qui peut mieux que ces gouvernements dire quel serait alors le droit? Ça veut dire qu'implicitement, on accepte que des acteurs, parce qu'ils sont économiquement dominants, ou qu'un système qui n'a jamais été discuté démocratiquement, serait mieux en droit qu'un gouvernement vis-à-vis de ses propres citoyens, et peut-être de ses seuls citoyens, de dire quelle est la bonne relation à ces données? Ça veut dire que quelque part, la notion de responsabilité à l'égard des citoyens s'en devient elle-même ravinée. C'est aussi pour cela que je crois que nous devons sortir de la fausse alternative qui s'offre aujourd'hui à nous et qui voudrait que n'existe que deux modèles. Celui d'un côté d'une complète autogestion, sans gouvernance, et celui d'un Internet cloisonné et entièrement surveillé par des États forts et autoritaires. Pour être très politiquement non correct, on voit deux types d'Internet qui émergent. Je le disais tout à l'heure, il y a une forme d'Internet californien et il y a un Internet chinois. C'est les deux, c'est l'alternative dominante. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a un Internet tiré par des acteurs privés, forts, dominants mondiaux, qui ont été des formidables acteurs de cette diffusion, qui ont des qualités formidables et avec lesquelles nous travaillons, mais enfin qui ne sont pas démocratiquement élus et auxquels je n'ai pas envie de remettre personnellement la totalité de mes décisions, et je n'ai pas fait ce pacte avec mes concitoyens. Ça, c'est le système de l'autogestion, mais il n'a pas vraiment sa gouvernance et il n'est pas démocratique. Et de l'autre côté, je vois un système où les États ont un rôle fort, mais c'est l'Internet à la chinoise. Et c'est un Internet où le gouvernement tire les innovations, le contrôle, où les grands acteurs de l'intelligence artificielle sont tenus par le gouvernement, et il a énormément de... J'ai beaucoup de respect pour ce modèle. Beaucoup de respect, on travaille avec la Chine, on fait beaucoup de choses avec la Chine, mais nous n'avons pas les mêmes préférences démocratiques. Nous n'avons pas les mêmes référence culturelle sur tous les sujets, n'avons pas le même lien aux libertés individuelles. C'est une réalité. Et donc, cet Internet-là, l'État a su trouver sa place, mais elle est hégémonique. Il nous faut donc construire, par la régulation, cette voie nouvelle où les États, avec les acteurs de l'Internet, les sociétés civiles, l'ensemble des acteurs, arrivent à bien réguler. Et vous avez un intérêt objectif à vous investir rapidement sur ce sujet, parce qu'il y aura inévitablement à l'avenir davantage de régulation, et que vous serez les premiers à faire les frais de règles mal élaborées, et que mon souhait constant, c'est ce que nous avons fait en mai dernier à Paris, à travers notre initiative Tech for Good, c'est de construire justement cette régulation coopérative en commun. Ce qu'il nous faut faire, c'est apprendre à réguler ensemble. C'est actant du fait que l'ensemble des acteurs de l'Internet, société civile, acteurs privés, ONG, intellectuels, journalistes, gouvernements, sont les codépositaires de cet intérêt commun qui doit nous conduire justement à agir de concert. Et ça n'est pas un hasard si la notion de commun a connu un tel succès à l'ère numérique. Le web, la profondeur de données et de connaissances hébergées par Internet, les services essentiels auxquels il donne accès sont des trésors collectifs qu'il nous faut gérer ensemble pour pouvoir justement les transmettre aux générations futures. Et c'est donc bien ici qu'il nous faut inventer un nouveau multilatéralisme adapté à la réalité de l'espace numérique tout en étant efficace. C'est pourquoi je suis venu vous proposer aujourd'hui une nouvelle méthode collégiale. Le Forum de la gouvernance de l'Internet existe depuis maintenant 12 ans. La qualité des échanges qui s'y nouent est partout reconnue. Mais ce forum doit désormais produire autre chose que des débats, des réflexions. Il doit se réformer, devenir une instance de propositions concrètes. Et moi, je soutiendrai fortement toutes les initiatives allant en ce sens. C'est pourquoi la France, avec l'aide du pays hôte qui l'a précédé, la Suisse, et dans la perspective du forum qui se réunira à Berlin en 2019, souhaite justement promouvoir ce mouvement de réforme. Dès cette année, et dans l'esprit de l'expérience menée l'an dernier à Genève, nous rassemblerons les principales conclusions des débats. Mais il vous reviendra, pour la suite, de définir des modalités de production, de recommandations en matière de politique publique. C'est d'ailleurs ce à quoi vous invitez le mandat du Forum dès sa création en 2005. Je serai également très favorable, c'est une suggestion, à ce que le Forum de la gouvernance de l'Internet soit désormais directement rattaché au secrétaire général des Nations Unies et qu'il dispose d'un secrétariat général dédié. Cher Antonio Guterres, je m'en remets à vous sur ces différents points, mais je sais votre engagement sur ce sujet. Je vous propose par ailleurs que nous commencions à nous interroger sans attendre sur ce que pourrait être une feuille de route commune, sur laquelle je serai attentif à vos recommandations et qui pourrait être une boussole pour vos travaux de ces 2 prochains jours. Plusieurs sujets sont à cet égard pour la France des priorités absolues, sur lesquels un travail de réflexion inédit, animé par le secrétaire d'État au numérique, est en cours. Et je veux en détailler quelques-unes. Premièrement, la protection des citoyens autour de 2 grands sujets. La protection des données et la régulation des contenus. Nous avons déjà en Europe commencé à travailler main dans la main, Madame la Commissaire. Le sujet crucial de la protection des données, avec l'adoption du règlement général sur la protection des données, est la meilleure preuve que la régulation, loin de brider l'innovation, crée au contraire la confiance des utilisateurs dont les entreprises ont tant besoin. Et cette régulation a émergé au moment où, par-delà l'océan, d'autres scandales émergeaient qui montraient la sensibilité, l'importance de ce sujet de l'accès aux données. Ce règlement est à cet égard en passe de devenir un standard mondial, mais l'édifice n'est pas achevé en cette matière, même en Europe, et nous devons aller plus loin. Je pense par exemple à l'idée d'instaurer un cadre européen commun pour les actions de groupe en matière de violation du droit des données personnelles, permettant à tous les usagers européens d'obtenir réparation selon un cadre harmonisé. Je pense également au besoin de développer de nouvelles solutions pour faire de la portabilité des données plus qu'une idée ou un droit théorique, mais une vraie possibilité pratique. Ces solutions, ce sont vous, entreprises, ONG ou codeurs passionnés qui allez les produire. Ces standards internationaux sont ceux que vous devriez à l'avenir pouvoir proposer dans cette enceinte, notamment en matière de régulation de contenus illicites ou indésirables, qui est la prochaine frontière. Il s'agit évidemment d'un ensemble complexe dans lequel il faut distinguer deux blocs. Le premier concerne la lutte contre les contenus objectivement et gravement illégaux, le terrorisme, la pédopornographie, pour lesquels des obligations de résultats ambitieux doivent être mises en place. Et le second rassemble les contenus dont le caractère illicite est soumis à une interprétation, souvent d'ailleurs différente d'un pays à l'autre. Les contenus haineux, la diffamation, le harcèlement, et pour lesquels les instruments et les circuits de décision ne peuvent pas être les mêmes. D'une part parce que l'intelligence artificielle, qui est mûre pour reconnaître une vidéo terroriste ou une image pédopornographique, n'est pas encore assez fine pour distinguer l'ironie, la parodie, ou au contraire, reconnaître un sous-entendu abject sous un discours policé. D'autre part parce que ces qualifications fines devront souvent revenir à une autorité publique ou un juge, sauf à laisser les grandes plateformes la responsabilité de fixer elles-mêmes la doctrine sur ce qui relève de la haine ou, à contrario, de la liberté d'expression. Et si la société civile veut jouer un rôle de vigilance, d'alerte et de contre-pouvoir face aux États et face à ces entreprises, c'est là qu'elle peut et doit intervenir. Néanmoins, nous avons d'ores et déjà fait des progrès importants et nous devons continuer en la matière. Des progrès importants ont été accomplis sur les contenus gravement illégaux, notamment en matière de lutte contre le terrorisme. L'an dernier, avec nos partenaires de l'Union européenne, nous avons engagé des discussions directes avec les opérateurs de l'Internet, regroupés au sein du Forum mondial de l'Internet contre le terrorisme. Nous l'avons fait dès la réunion de septembre à l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies. D'importants investissements que je salue ont été consentis pour développer la détection automatique et améliorer la modération des contenus. Mais cette approche fondée sur le volontariat a évidemment ses limites. Les progrès sont disparates et il y a un effet de report vers les plateformes les moins outillées. Je crois que nous sommes prêts à légiférer sur ce point. Pour sa part, l'Europe, Monsieur le Commissaire, fixera un cadre clair s'imposant à toutes les entreprises. La Commission européenne a présenté en septembre dernier un projet de règlement européen. Je le soutiens pleinement. J'espère son adoption rapide avant les élections européennes. Mais c'est à vous qu'il appartiendra d'encourager et de proposer des règles claires au-delà du continent européen. L'anonymat que procure Internet doit continuer à permettre la liberté d'expression, là où celle-ci est parfois étouffée. Mais il ne doit pas permettre à des criminels ou des terroristes d'échapper aux poursuites. Il nous faudra donc trouver les voies d'une coopération judiciaire efficace pour lever cet anonymat et rechercher des preuves électroniques lorsqu'elles existent. L'Europe et les États-Unis devront notamment trouver le chemin d'un accord de coopération judiciaire tel que permis par le Cloud Act, qui soit respectueux de l'application des droits respectifs des ressortissants américains et européens sur leurs données. S'agissant des contenus dont le caractère illicite est soumis à interprétation, nous devons également, de façon urgente, trouver les moyens d'une lutte efficace, en commençant par les contenus haineux. Cette exigence est encore renforcée après les propos abjects que nous avons vus sur les réseaux sociaux, qui ont précédé et accompagné les drames récents aux États-Unis. Ceux qui ont conçu Internet et ont toujours porté des valeurs d'ouverture, de partage, de fraternité, n'ont jamais voulu cela. Il en sera de même pour moi, du cyberharcèlement, notamment des plus jeunes. Je le disais, d'évidence, nous ne pouvons pas avoir le même type de régulation que sur le terrorisme. Sur le terrorisme, nous allons légiférer au niveau européen. Je souhaite qu'on puisse se doter d'une vraie législation internationale, de véhicules de coopération, et que nous renforcions les choses. Sur les propos haineux, sur le cyberharcèlement, il nous faut faire beaucoup plus en matière de coopération entre États et avec les acteurs privés. Mais les ravages de ce qui est en train de se passer sont là, en particulier dans notre jeunesse. Le cyberbullying est une réalité qui conduit à des suicides que nous voyons chaque jour se multiplier. En ces matières, l'Europe devra faire évoluer son cadre légal pour sortir du système binaire des statuts d'éditeur et d'hébergeur. Les très grandes plateformes qui à la fois organisent et analysent les contenus pour leur exploitation publicitaire ne peuvent pas être exonérées de toute responsabilité. Je l'ai déjà dit, quand il y a des contenus haineux, je souhaite qu'il y ait une responsabilité de ces plateformes. Elles doivent assumer des obligations renforcées, le cas échéant par la mise en place d'un statut intermédiaire d'accélérateur de contenu. Mais quand il s'agit de contenus racistes ou antisémites, il doit y avoir une responsabilité et on doit pouvoir légiférer. Mais là encore, la réglementation européenne ou nationale sur laquelle nous nous sommes engagés à avancer en 2019 doit être co-construite pour être juste et efficace. C'est pourquoi la France lancera, avec Facebook, une expérimentation de terrain inédite durant le premier semestre 2019. Facebook accueillera prochainement une délégation de régulateurs français qui auront pour mission, avec les experts de la plateforme, d'élaborer des propositions conjointes, précises et concrètes sur la lutte contre les contenus haineux ou offensants. C'est une première. Elle illustre, à mes yeux, cette méthode de coopération que j'évoquais tout à l'heure. Je me réjouis ici de cette démarche expérimentale très innovante qui permettra de réfléchir très concrètement aux meilleures voies pour garantir que les grandes plateformes appliquent un haut niveau d'exigence et de qualité dans la modération des contenus qu'elles hébergent. Et c'est cette méthode que je souhaite que nous puissions propager, diffuser. C'est une expérimentation, mais c'est une première étape à mes yeux importante. Enfin, la protection des citoyens en démocratie passe par l'accès à une information de qualité. Internet constitue un formidable vecteur d'accès au savoir, mais le paradoxe, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, il est devenu l'espace privilégié de la désinformation, de la rumeur, avec le risque que demain, l'évolution technologique ne rende indétectable une image truquée ou une vidéo tronquée. Il m'a été donné de voir, là où je suis, les nouveaux mécanismes, grâce à l'intelligence artificielle, qui permettent de totalement falsifier un discours ou ce qui apparaît aujourd'hui comme une trace de prononcé. Et donc, il nous faut des tiers de confiance. Il nous faut travailler ensemble sur le statut de la preuve, du fait, de la vérité dans Internet. Et il nous faut consolider les tiers de confiance démocratiques que sont en particulier les journalistes. C'est à tel point qu'aujourd'hui, si nous voulons restaurer cette confiance, nous devons prendre des décisions bien plus radicales que celles prises jusqu'alors. L'ONG Reporters sans frontières a présenté une déclaration internationale pour l'information et la démocratie, qui est le fruit du travail d'experts d'une vingtaine de pays qui posent des principes pour garantir, face aux menaces que nous connaissons, un espace public propice à la démocratie et aux droits de l'homme. Cette initiative a été présentée hier au Forum de Paris pour la paix et soutenue par plusieurs chefs d'État et de gouvernement. Je la soutiens pleinement et je pense qu'elle est indispensable. La France a commencé à prendre des mesures, justement pour lutter contre les fake news, tout particulièrement lors des campagnes électorales. Et je vous invite, vous tous, à soutenir de manière très concrète ces initiatives. Et là aussi, ne nous trompons pas de bataille. Ceux qui ne se battent pas pour l'intégrité des campagnes électorales dans les démocraties aident les régimes autoritaires et tous ceux qui veulent les affaiblir à fausser la sincérité et la loyauté de ces campagnes. Ceux qui ne se battent pas pour que l'information ait un véritable statut, que les journalistes aient un véritable statut, une déontologie qu'ils portent eux-mêmes et qui n'est pas à définir par les gouvernements, se trompent profondément parce qu'ils finissent par tomber, là encore, dans un relativisme contemporain qui pourrait paraître être à la mode s'il n'était aujourd'hui le principal cheval de Troie de ceux qui veulent tuer la démocratie. Toutes les informations ne se valent pas. Il y a des informations qui sont vraies et fausses. Tous les commentaires se valent à considérer qu'ils se basent sur des informations justes. C'est le principe même de la démocratie. Et hier, en soutenant votre initiative, cher Christophe Deloire, je rappelais Hannah Arendt, qui avait exactement les mêmes propos lorsqu'elle luttait contre le totalitarisme. Il y a une forme de totalitarisme contemporain qui renaît, se nourrissant de l'obscurantisme religieux ou se nourrissant justement de nouvelles formes de nationalisme dur qui utilisent notre propre faiblesse, qui utilisent tous nos canaux de transmission, mais qui utilisent notre relativisme, le fait que quelque part nous sommes en train de mettre un genou à terre sur l'universalisme de nos valeurs, et qui est le fait que nous sommes quelque part en train de mettre un genou à terre sur le rapport à la vérité. Et donc sur ce sujet, il nous faut être intraitables, et c'est pourquoi je vous invite, vous les membres de cette communauté si attachés à la liberté d'expression sur Internet, à vous impliquer dans ce projet et à inventer collectivement les contours d'un droit à l'information de qualité, et donc aussi à l'émergence de tiers de confiance dans ce cadre. La deuxième priorité que nous devons poursuivre, c'est la confiance, la stabilité, la sécurité du cyberespace. C'est le meilleur moyen d'éviter sa fragmentation, tel que je l'évoquais tout à l'heure. S'il est devenu un lieu de conflictualité, c'est bien parce que des acteurs malveillants, publics comme privés, s'affrontent en exploitant les vulnérabilités des produits et services numériques. Notre réponse ne doit pas se limiter à la défense. Elle doit aussi être celle du droit et de la coopération. Il nous faut travailler ensemble à l'approfondissement des règles régissant les rapports entre États et acteurs non étatiques dans l'espace cyber. C'est dans cette perspective que la France a décidé de soutenir l'appel de Paris pour la confiance et la sécurité dans le cyberespace, lancé à l'occasion du Forum de Paris pour la paix et du Forum de la gouvernance de l'Internet. Ce texte constitue la toute première déclaration engageant dans le même temps États, organisations internationales, ONG et entreprises, municipalités et acteurs locaux à travailler ensemble en faveur de l'application du droit international dans le cyberespace, de la protection des droits en ligne, de la lutte contre les actions déstabilisantes ou encore de la sécurité des produits numériques. Cet appel a été rejoint aujourd'hui même par plus de 370 États, organisations de la société civile et entreprises. Et sans doute cette liste est-elle en train encore de s'accroître en ce moment même. Il reprend les acquis de près d'une décennie de travail des enceintes multilatérales et multi-acteurs sur ce sujet. Et je suis convaincu que la plupart d'entre vous pouvez y souscrire. Je vous encourage à y adhérer et à le diffuser. Mais le véritable défi, ce sera de le mettre en œuvre. Je propose, en accord avec le secrétaire général, de confier au Forum de la gouvernance de l'Internet la mission d'en suivre l'évolution, d'enregistrer les soutiens exprimés et de travailler à identifier les initiatives et mesures de coopération nécessaires pour atteindre les objectifs qu'il nous fixe. C'est maintenant le temps de cette mise en œuvre qui s'ouvre et c'est un combat indispensable. Enfin, la troisième priorité pour le futur d'Internet, c'est la préservation des potentialités de création, d'invention et de développement économique du réseau. Et je le dis ici parce que c'est à mes yeux tout à la fois l'ADN d'Internet et de l'UNESCO. L'ADN d'Internet, ce qui rend ce réseau unique, c'est cette capacité à permettre à chaque talent, quels que soient ses moyens, la langue dans laquelle il s'exprime, de rencontrer une audience universelle. Et c'est aussi le caractère unique, profondément transformant de cette innovation. Et c'est pourquoi, je le redis ici à l'UNESCO, où cette question prend un tour tout particulier, il nous faut agir dans l'espace numérique pour préserver la diversité culturelle. Nous sommes en train d'adopter une directive européenne essentielle qui permettra un juste partage de la valeur des biens culturels. Et là aussi, c'est un combat que la France mènera dans toutes les enceintes et qui est indispensable. Et là aussi, parce que il y a une forme de transformation, en quelque sorte, de l'idéologie collective. Bien, pendant des années, quand on a aimé Internet, on a aimé l'ouverture. Pour ma part, je continue à l'aimer et à la défendre. Mais en aimant l'ouverture, on a en quelque sorte plaidé pour l'indifférenciation. On s'est dit, le principal combat, c'est d'ouvrir, et les contenus n'ont plus d'importance. Et le combat que nous avons en Europe aujourd'hui, nous ne devons pas le perdre. Le combat pour un marché unique du numérique, c'est évidemment de lever toutes les frontières qu'il y a entre les 28 aujourd'hui États membres, peut-être demain les 27. Mais c'est au-delà de cela, s'assurer qu'on a une régulation commune pour permettre la création, les contenus et la reconnaissance des droits d'auteur dans cet espace. Et c'est la même chose au niveau international. Je sais bien que beaucoup d'entre vous se sont battus contre les droits d'auteur, ou la reconnaissance du fait qu'il pouvait y avoir une valeur qui était reconnue. Mais si aujourd'hui nous ne nous battons pas pour cela, nous reconnaissons le fait qu'il n'y a qu'un droit d'auteur, celui qui diffuse, qui n'est pas un auteur, qui est un diffuseur. Il nous faut aujourd'hui regarder ensemble cet espace. Il y a un arbitrage de la répartition de la création de valeur entre celui qui crée et celui qui diffuse. C'est une réalité. La répartition des bénéfices dans la chaîne de valeur doit être préservée dans le monde des services numériques entre grandes plateformes et start-up, entre entreprises et travailleurs indépendants, entre hébergeurs et producteurs de contenu. Mais si nous ne nous battons pas pour les créateurs, d'abord nous ne reconnaissons pas les différences qu'il y a entre ces derniers et nous ne protégerons jamais la diversité culturelle comme il le faut. Et donc moi je souhaite que dans cet espace d'Internet on reconnaisse que ce que fait un journaliste a une valeur et donc un prix, que ce que crée quelqu'un dans un pays du monde, si c'est diffusé et aimé, ça ne doit pas simplement rapporter à celui qui le diffuse, mais aussi à celui qui l'a créé. Sinon, on ne lui permettra pas de créer d'autres choses. C'est une règle de base, mais aujourd'hui, nous ne la protégeons pas correctement. Et je revendique le fait que se battre pour les auteurs, que se battre pour le copyright, non, ça n'est pas ringard et non, ça n'est pas contre Internet. C'est même tout l'inverse. C'est même la possibilité d'avoir de nouvelles personnes, de nouveaux talents, des femmes et des hommes qui ne céderont pas à l'hégémonie qui s'installe aujourd'hui aussi dans Internet, comme dans tout moment du monde, des formes d'hégémonie s'installent. C'est ce qui permettra de maintenir, préserver, assurer la diffusion permanente, justement, de cette créativité. C'est la raison pour laquelle j'ai proposé la création d'un observatoire des plateformes au niveau européen et la mise en place d'une véritable régulation platform to business en complément du droit de la concurrence qu'il faut préserver et qui doit occuper une place plus grande encore dans la régulation numérique, mais qui doit lui-même évoluer pour mieux capter les spécificités de cette nouvelle économie. Là aussi, nous ferons des propositions complémentaires sur ce thème en vue du renouvellement des institutions européennes. Se battre pour cette diversité culturelle et les potentialités de création d'Internet, c'est se battre aussi pour l'éducation. C'est notre combat à tous, peut-être le plus important. Se battre pour éduquer les plus jeunes à apprendre, d'abord avoir l'éducation de base pour se protéger de certaines choses, mais aussi être une conscience éclairée à l'ère du numérique, se battre pour avoir accès au code, se battre ensuite pour que chacun soit formé à avoir accès aux nouvelles formes d'emploi de l'Internet. Le combat pour l'éducation, l'investissement dans l'éducation, des gouvernements, des organisations internationales, de tous les acteurs étatiques et non étatiques, est fondamental pour l'inclusion, la confiance et le développement. C'est la seule chose qui permettra de créer véritablement ensemble ces lumières de l'Internet auxquelles nous devons aspirer et éviter que l'Internet ne tombe dans un obscurantisme contemporain et ne soit bousculé par ses propres peurs. Préserver la capacité d'innovation du réseau, c'est aussi développer une approche équilibrée de la question fiscale pour que les nouveaux entrants ne soient pas pénalisés vis-à-vis des acteurs installés, pour que les insiders ne ferment pas les portes aux outsiders. Et c'est aussi un combat que la France mène au niveau européen, mais que nous devons avoir au niveau international. Aujourd'hui, la taxation dans le numérique n'est pas une taxation équitable. Aujourd'hui, tout le travail qui a été fait, en particulier grâce à l'OCDE, qui a permis de taxer de manière plus juste, pour éviter qu'en quelque sorte, nos peuples soient les seuls à contribuer, que les classes moyennes de tous les peuples ainsi constitués soient les seuls à participer à l'effort, est indispensable aussi dans le numérique. Sinon, l'acceptabilité des grands acteurs numériques se réduira progressivement, et sinon l'émergence de nouveaux acteurs ne sera pas possible, qui eux payent tous les impôts dans leur pays, mais seront toujours victimes d'une concurrence déloyale de grands acteurs qui arrivent à optimiser leur situation et à ne payer presque rien. C'est pourquoi nous poursuivrons des efforts au niveau européen pour avoir une taxe numérique, et c'est pourquoi je souhaite que nous puissions accélérer les travaux au sein de l'OCDE en la matière. Sur ce sujet aussi, nous avons besoin d'imagination collective pour permettre non seulement d'avoir une juste taxation dans nos sociétés, mais pour éviter l'effet de domination et d'hégémonie de quelques acteurs qui accumulent tous les avantages et aujourd'hui n'ont pas une juste taxation. et permettre ce qui est l'ADN même d'Internet, l'innovation permanente et donc l'émergence de nouveaux acteurs. Et là, c'est un juste droit de la concurrence et une juste taxation qui le permettront. Nous devons enfin, évidemment, pour cela, poursuivre les investissements et la coopération en matière d'intelligence artificielle. Nous le faisons au niveau national, nous allons le renforcer au niveau franco-allemand et au niveau européen, ce qui sont des investissements pour permettre justement la création, mais aussi un travail cohérent pour aller plus loin en la matière. La France prendra sa part. Durant la présidence française du G7 en 2019, sur l'intelligence artificielle, je porterai, dans la continuité du travail mené ces derniers mois avec nos partenaires canadiens et suite à l'engagement que j'ai pris avec le Premier ministre Justin Trudeau, le projet de création d'un équivalent du désormais célèbre GIEC pour l'intelligence artificielle. Mais en disant cela, je veux partager avec vous l'ambition que nous devons avoir en matière d'intelligence artificielle. Nous devons investir davantage en la matière en Europe. Nous ne représentons aujourd'hui que 10% de l'investissement mondial. C'est ridicule. Et donc c'est au niveau des gouvernements comme des entreprises, et nous allons continuer à le faire au niveau franco-allemand et au niveau européen. Nous devons aussi, au niveau international, avoir cette initiative forte et concrétiser ce que nous avons entamé avec le Canada et quelques autres partenaires de création de ce GIEC. Ce GIEC, pour ma part, il doit avoir un spectre large. Il doit travailler avec, évidemment, la société civile, les meilleurs scientifiques, tous les innovateurs ici présents. Il doit s'appuyer pleinement sur l'OCDE pour mieux suivre ses travaux, et en particulier en matière d'innovation. Et il doit pleinement s'appuyer sur l'UNESCO en matière d'éthique, tout particulièrement, parce qu'il n'y aura pas de développement de l'intelligence artificielle. Et pour moi, il n'y aura pas un véritable GIEC de l'intelligence artificielle s'il n'y a pas une réflexion qui inclut la dimension éthique. Et donc, cette structure que nous devons inventer, elle doit justement nous permettre de réfléchir sur les enjeux éthiques, techniques, scientifiques de cette révolution qui dépasse les seuls États, en s'appuyant pleinement sur les organisations internationales que sont l'OCDE et l'UNESCO. J'inviterai donc, dans le cadre du G7 en France, les grands penseurs et spécialistes de l'intelligence artificielle à se réunir à la fin du premier semestre 2019 pour jeter les bases de ce réseau scientifique. Là encore, ces débats devront déboucher sur des solutions et nous pourrons faire le point sur tout cela dans un an au Paris Peace Forum 2019 et au Forum de la gouvernance de l'Internet de Berlin en 2019. Mesdames, Messieurs, chers amis, Kofi Annan, un des prédécesseurs d'Antonio Guterres, dont nous pleurons la récente disparition, avait eu il y a quelques années cette remarque visionnaire. Pour gérer la présence d'Internet dans nos vies, disait-il, nous devons être au moins aussi créatifs que ceux qui l'ont inventé. C'est le vœu que je formule pour nous aujourd'hui. Nous avons besoin de poursuivre la créativité technologique, mais nous avons besoin de créativité éthique, diplomatique, politique, sociétale. Et ça n'est pas un hasard si nous nous réunissons à Paris ce 12 novembre, un jour après le centenaire de l'armistice de 1918. En 1918 s'ouvrait, en même temps que l'armistice, la conférence pour la paix, qui dura plusieurs années, par un travail inédit où nos prédécesseurs ont conduit, là aussi, une véritable innovation. Ils ont innové alors parce qu'il fallait inventer des nouvelles formes de coopération internationale entre États, parce qu'ils venaient de découvrir la Première Guerre mondiale et la conséquence d'une non-coopération entre les nations. La Société des Nations allait être créée avant d'échouer devant les crises économiques, morales, la fracturation du monde, mais elle portait les prémices des Nations Unies. Il nous faut aujourd'hui, dans le contexte que j'évoquais, inventer, innover cette nouvelle coopération multilatérale qui implique non seulement, cette fois-ci, les États, mais l'ensemble des acteurs que vous représentez. C'est tout ce que je nous souhaite, c'est tout ce sur quoi je veux que nous avancions ensemble. Ces défis font peser sur la communauté de l'Internet, sur vous, des responsabilités immenses, sur nous aussi. C'est pourquoi je ne doute pas que, portés par le formidable élan des pères fondateurs, nous saurons, ensemble, les assumer et les relever. Je vous remercie. Bon travail. Merci à vous. Merci à vous. Merci, bon travail. Bon travail à vous.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, there are two high-level panels that will follow the speech of the President. Very interesting panels, so for those of you who want to continue discussing IGF matters, please stay in the room. The first panel, moderated by Ambassador Martino, is going to start in a few seconds and will be followed by a second one. Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons continuer la session d'ouverture avec des panels de haut niveau. Le premier panel de haut niveau modéré par l'ambassadeur Martino, on va commencer dans quelques instants. Je serai donc reconnaissant de vous installer pour que nous puissions continuer cette session de haut niveau. Merci beaucoup.